like to call the Sierra Madre City Council Tuesday, September 26th, 2023 meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mayor Edward Garcia.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs.
Here.
Councilmember Jean Goss.
Here.
Councilmember Christine Lowe.
Present.
And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, if you can stand, please join us. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I noticed over the last week or so that fall seems to have announced itself. We're holding our fingers just in case we have one more hot spell, but it seems crisper. I'm looking forward to fall fruit, and it's football homecoming week for many of our local schools. The official fall equinox technically arrived here late Friday night, the 22nd, even though the 23rd was widely regarded as the first day of fall. I did a little research, and apparently that's the astronomical season of fall versus the meteorological season of fall, which actually began on September 1st. Apparently meteorologists and climatologists prefer to use that calendar because the dates do not change year to year. So that was interesting. The equinox technically means that we experience an equal number of light and dark hours, although of course that isn't exactly true. It depends actually on the latitude that you're located at. At our latitude, we got about an extra 7 minutes of sun more than dark on the equinox, excuse me. So changes in latitude reminds me a little bit of changes in attitude. And credit to and RIP to our friend Jimmy Buffett. One of the reasons we mark the fall season is that we traditionally celebrate the year's harvest, and those celebrations were often accompanied by offerings of gratitude. So it's also a time to acknowledge growth and expansion. So on that note, I wanted to express my gratitude for my colleagues, the excellent and hardworking city staff, and especially all of our fellow citizens who donate their time and effort to maintain and enhance our small town. We have many great upcoming events driven by volunteers this fall. A couple are Halloween happenings and the Winterfest. So I encourage all of you to consider, maybe before posting on Facebook, what you are grateful for in our city and in your neighborhood. So latitude, attitude, gratitude. That's my contemplation for fall.
You're here.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, moving on our agenda, let's talk about the agenda. I'm looking for an approval of the meeting agenda, but I do want to make a couple comments and suggestions maybe before we have an approval. One, I know it says under presentations, a presentation by the Southern California Council of Governments on their programs initiative. It's actually the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, SGV COG. So I wanted to make sure that, I know it's not substantive, but to some people it might be, as I see 3 people in the back that I know. Also, and I'm not trying to make the meeting longer, but as we look at consent, items B and C are rather large contracts. So I think it's in the best interest of the public if we pull B and C from consent for discussion. And that's my recommendation. And do we have a motion to that effect?
I move to adopt the agenda as amended by the mayor.
Thank you. And a second by Councilmember Goss. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have an agenda. All right, looking for a motion for approval of reading resolutions and ordinances by title only.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on. We have one set of minutes from September 12th, our last meeting. Were there any changes submitted to you, Madam City Clerk, or do we have any changes recommended here from the dais, substantive?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a request from Councilmember Parkhurst on his preference for word choice for his report, if that's the accurate way to say that. And then we did also have a request from Mayor Pro Tem Krebs to make some corrections on titles in the presentation, as well as typos within the agenda. None of the requests were substantive, and they will be made. They have been made.
Thank you. Anything from us here tonight regarding those minutes? No? All right. Is there a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Carries unanimously. All right, moving on to mayor and city council reports. Who'd like to start?
I'll go.
Please, thank you.
I think I was the only one here who wasn't up in Sacramento last week, the League of Cities, and I feel left out, but it was my own doing, so there.
We missed you.
But I have been busy, as I think all of us have been. Back on the 14th, the Chamber of Commerce had a mixer at the Berkshire Hathaway office here in town. And it was really well attended. Lots of business people there, lots of townsfolk. They had food and drink. It was just a great event. I just wanted to share kudos with Carol Canterbury and others who are involved with the Chamber who got that event going and executed it so well. Also, I was involved with Councilmember Lowe. We attended our water subcommittee meeting on Friday the 15th. We met with members of the staff and our consultant, and we went over the water rate study that we will be discussing tonight. Went to the Community Services Commission meeting last Monday the 18th. And the big news there is they reorganized and have a new chair, and she is Ann Palmer. And we have a new vice chair of the Community Services Commission, and that is none other than Lisa Carlson, so good for them. Also went to the Transportation Subcommittee on Wednesday the 20th. We're continuing to do kind of review of existing programs and potential changes. We're also preparing for a meeting in October where with the contractors that we presently use for transportation services, so we can kind of figure out where they're at and what they're offering now before we move on. And I think there's one other item here. Oh yeah, Friday night I attended with Mayor Garcia and Mayor Pro Tem Krebs the Sierra Madre Playhouse performance of The Right Is Ours. Congressman Judy Chu was in attendance and delivered a very inspiring address. If you didn't recall, she made the Sierra Madre Playhouse her nonprofit of the year in her entire congressional district, so that's quite an honor, and it was great to see her there. She was introduced by her mayor, and then 6 present or former Sierra Madre council members attended that event and party afterwards. So I just wanted to congratulate Playhouse President David Gordon and everyone else over there at the Playhouse for putting on yet another memorable performance. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Goss. Who'd like to go next?
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
So on the Thursday after the last meeting, I was at the San Gabriel Valley COG meeting, and so that was a great meeting and learned a lot about what the COG is doing, which we'll hear more about tonight. On that Saturday, attended the Bears at the library. So we had about 95 people that showed up for that. We had Chief Barrientos there. They gave some really good talking points. I opened it up. Councilmember Lowe was there, city manager, and then, of course, our good friends from Fish and Wildlife, and talked about bear behavior and bear challenges and a lot of really good information. So it was a good kind of warm-up for our meeting on October 10th. So that was really good. CPA activity since our last meeting, we're out buying power, so we've got lots of energy. It's I think it's we're targeting 1.3 million megawatt hours of power that we're going to be buying here between now and the fall. So that's really exciting. But even more exciting is that there was a group that selected a company that will be doing the Power Ready program. So the Power Ready program, we are one of about 10 cities that are participating in the Power Ready program, which means they're going to put solar panels on City Hall as well as a battery backup, so that if we lose power because of a natural disaster, we'll be able to power the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and critical infrastructure in the city. And so that's, that recommendation is going to work its way through the system, as it does in all good bureaucracies. And then that should probably start early next year, that we'll get the solar panels in. Well, I did go to the League of Cities. I was not there that long, and my other colleagues were there. I showed up kind of late there, but it was actually really good. Had listened to some good sessions and got to meet with a number of our colleagues there throughout the state and learn from them. And then don't feel left out, Councilmember Goss. I was not able to make it to the Playhouse because I was out of town then. So, but was able to attend the League of Cities, and that was very enjoyable. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowe?
The chamber mixer was really fantastic. The chamber's doing a lot lately with different mixers about every few weeks, at least once a month. And so they put out a calendar, which we can share later with all the different locations. They also had their quarterly board meeting, and they discussed the upcoming Winter Festival, as well as a possible movie night coming up for Invasion of the Body Snatchers at the end of October for Halloween. The Living with Wildlife in a session in the library was great because a lot of people had great voices, great questions, as well as data to show what was going on. So it was very educational, as well as let our citizens voice their concerns. And then the League of Cities conference was a really great, especially since it's my first, it was a great experience to really collaborate, but also just to learn from what every other city in the state is doing. Tahoe was there as well. And a couple of the takeaways I really thought were important were the wildlife prevention mitigation issues that we have, especially, and things that have changed in the state, as well as supporting all of our local cities and collaborating well with anti-hate, as well as supporting what everybody's different events are happening in the upcoming holiday seasons. So that was really neat. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So yes, since the last meeting, as mentioned, we attended the League of Cities conference in Sacramento, went to a number of different sessions. Probably the most practical was a great one on maintaining order at meetings while not, infringing on folks' First Amendment rights. So that was an education, and I'm looking forward to implementing some of those things, perhaps going forward at some of our meetings. But as mentioned before, I think actually the best part of that conference is interacting with our local fellow electeds and city staff throughout the surrounding area. On the way home, I was sitting next to the Mayor Pro Tem of Arcadia, across the way from Councilwoman from South Pasadena and the city manager from Calabasas, and it was just really great to speak with them. And one of my takeaways from that conversation is that, wow, are we both lucky and good at our jobs that we got our RENA report in, because pretty universally, everyone is still having trouble with their housing element. So I felt very like, oh, I'm hurting myself, patting myself on the back. But having serious issues with the housing authority, and so I was very thankful that we averted those issues. And then also attended the play Friday night, which was lovely. One of the takeaways that I had, which was really fun, is that the play's author, the lyricist, pointed out that Judy Chu and the play's main character had, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, had one thing in common. Both had been arrested for standing up for women's rights. And so that was really touching, and I thought really affected Congresswoman Chu, because I think she had not quite made that connection, so that was really fun. And then I did miss the Natural Resource Commission meeting on Wednesday while I was in Sacramento, but I know one of the things that they were working on is the presentation that they're going to give to the council in the second meeting next month, and so we'll look forward to hearing from them then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So a lot of the events that you attended, I attended as well. So I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. I did attend yesterday the Library Board of Trustees meeting. As you can imagine, their agenda is continues to be the meaningful improvement at the library. A couple just things of note is that the archives, I think, are starting to move tomorrow. And I don't want to take thunder away from our presentation that's coming up, but also I think bids for the big move are starting. So the temporary library will be ready to go. It's my understanding there's flooring and everything else ready to go. So once that opens, our residents can go, but there is going to be a period where there is no library altogether. So make sure you stop by the library and check out your books. My understanding, it's going to be, you'll have a long grace period as that transition occurs. So if you want some books that you really want to read that are maybe like War and Peace, I think now's the time to check it out, and you'll have a little amnesty on the due date. Yes, I did attend the play as well. Just echo what everybody said. It was nice to see our Representative Chu there recognized for recognizing the Playhouse. So she did a wonderful job. And the League of California Cities, as everyone said, there's very interesting breakout sessions that we can learn from others, because most of the presenters are city managers or mayors or city attorneys from other cities, and they provide insight into way that they're dealing with issues. Some of the sessions that I attended, obviously, I always go to the CalPERS session. The CEO, Marcy Frost, was not there again this year, but we did have one of the investment advisors there. It was a very short session, more Q&A than actual presentation, and did find that while last year the fund was kind of saved by our private equity portfolio and PERS, this year private equity didn't do as well. They're looking at the long term, long run. But with the lower discount rate, I think we'll see what happens with contributions. So I'm sure I'll be talking with our Director of Finance about some of the issues that we learned there. Also, the presentation on wildfire was great. It was Fire Chief from Oakland. Oakland? No, Berkeley. And also we had, I guess it would be a fire chief, but it's of a district, Orinda and Moraga, talking about wildfire and wildfire mapping and planning, and rather than just cutting a fire break and that's quick and it's cheap, but it grows back the next year, really having maybe more expensive techniques that last longer, such as thinning canopies, modeling the way the fire is anticipated to move through canyons and such. So there was a lot to glean from there, and also the session with the meetings. How to make sure that our residents are being heard at meetings, and making sure our residents that want to be heard aren't getting dissuaded from being heard. That's why I always, when people clap about an issue, regardless of what side it is, as you recall, I generally say please no applause, because it disincentivizes a different point of view. We learned a lot about that. And briefly, if you did pick up the Mountain Views News, you did see that Mayor Pro Tem, myself, and our city manager, Jose Reynoso, did meet with the Director of Fish and Wildlife, the head honcho. We had about an hour conversation with him. We are going to have a presentation from Fish and Wildlife next meeting, October 10th. Obviously, it's specifically about bears. It's wildlife in general, but our talk with the director was around bears. The director, obviously, he's the director of the whole state. He's got Tahoe, he's got Mammoth, and now he's got Sierra Madre. And he is familiar with the spectrum of the sentiment of residents. Some people are here and some people are here, but a lot of people are in the middle. So as far as the methods, really trying to save the bear's life at all costs in the beginning. That's what we're going for. But I don't want to, again, steal their thunder, but we did meet with them. We were firm on the safety of our residents, and that's paramount. And we made that clear, and the director heard us loud and clear. We did sign that resolution back in April. It took us all the way until now to get that meeting. But I think it was a fruitful meeting. We did get the director's attention, and we will get more resources in this area. for that purpose. And before I go on to city announcements and events, I know there's been a lot of talk about the bear that was trapped and taken. So rather than me speak on it, because I wasn't boots on the ground, I don't know if the city manager would like to speak on it, or our chief of police, just to kind of give a background on what happened and what has happened since the event on South Hermosa and the trapping. Chief?
Chief, I'm happy to give the update. So in response really to increase in bear activity, specifically to the bear that we had at South Hermosa a couple of weeks ago, last week we had an increase in presence from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And on Tuesday afternoon, Fish and Wildlife received a call of a bear on West Montecito. The bear is suspected to be habituated and suspected to be a bear that frequently breaks into homes. Fish and Wildlife was able to respond and tranquilize the bear and safely and humanely transport the bear out of Sierra Madre. The bear is going to be tagged and then re-released somewhere outside of Sierra Madre. And that's all the details that we have from that. I want to iterate that nobody in Sierra Madre was hurt, no resident, and the bear was not hurt. The bear was safely and humanely transported out of Sierra Madre.
Thank you, City Manager Reynoso. And with that, I do have a few announcements I'd like to make before we get into public comment for items not on the agenda. And so now, I want you to listen, but now would be a good time to get a yellow card if you haven't. So here are the city announcements. I got a page and a half of them, so sit tight. This Friday, September 29th, is the last day to sign up for the Downtown Sierra Madre Halloween Art Show. This event is hosted by the Civic Club. You can sign up at sierramadrecivicclub.org, sierramadrecivicclub.org. All ages are welcome to participate. Please grab a flyer from the back table for more information. Next, please join us at the Sierra Madre Fire Station for our 3rd annual Pumpkin Smash on Thursday, October 12th at 4 p.m. It's always a popular event. Pumpkins thrown from the tower above the back of the fire station is always fun. The fire department's having a fire prevention festival on October 14th from 9 a.m. to noon at the fire station. They'll be giving tours of the station and providing demonstrations on how to use fire blankets and fire extinguishers. There are flyers in the back for this event. I encourage everyone to go because we all have a fire extinguisher, but how often have we actually operated and used it? So it's nice to hear from the professionals how to use these things. Also, please join us at the annual Mayor's State of the City Address. My theme is laying a foundation for our future, and it will take place in none other than the auditorium at the Sierra Madre Elementary School. It will be on October 17th, and it'll start at 5:30. And we'll have some of the kids from the elementary school performing and trying to get those younger parents or parents of younger people encouraged to start volunteering in town. October 19th, from 12:30 to 2:30, there will be Bing-Boo, it's bingo, at the Hart Park House at the Senior Center. Again, Bing-Boo. Registration for this event opens on October 1st. So that's October 19th from noon 30 to 2:30. Also, please join the Sierra Madre Police Department for their 1st annual health fair at Memorial Park. There will be free health screenings, raffles, and community resources. The event is on Saturday, October 21st from 10 a.m. to 2. Again, Saturday, October 21st from 10 a.m. to 2. Also, the City of Sierra Madre offers its residents a paramedic subscription program for a small annual fee that covers additional fees for emergency services that may not be covered by your primary insurance. I always say, and Chief always says, this is the best deal in town. So please contact 626-355-2611 for more information. And it's my understanding that if you do get a mailed water bill, on one of the sides you're going to hear about some stuff about the library, and the other side it will be talking about the paramedic prescription. So be on the lookout for that. And once again, I want to encourage those that want to hear from Fish and Wildlife to attend our meeting on October 10th as well. And that concludes my updates and comments. Moving on to public comment. I just want to read through the public participation code of conduct quickly. There'll be yellow cards in the back. Your participation is welcome and invited at all city council meetings. The council requests that participants refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, and disruptive remarks. A person who continues to disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting after being warned by the mayor or designee to cease the disruption may be precluded from further participation in the meeting. No signs, posters, or any other large object shall be brought into the chambers or other meeting place if doing so would disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly course of the meeting. And with that, I encourage you, if you haven't already, to get a yellow card at the back, fill it out. Please bring it to our city clerk. And again, this is for items not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. And when you are called, please approach the lectern and state your name and residence. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city clerk's office did receive 2 emails that were forwarded late to the city council. One from Jim Lowe, and the second email was from Ed Miller. We also have 2 speaker cards submitted. The first speaker this evening is Mr. Quinn.
Yes, this is the second time I'm here addressing the city council. Addressed you guys last May. Each one of you took out a pen. I guess pretended to write the number. I never got a call from anyone. Now I'm here almost 6 months later, saying the same thing that I said back in May. This is regarding 501 Lotus Lane. We got Alan Cook, who basically decided to red tag and yellow tag the 2 structures on that property in the middle of an escrow, and then insisted that having a structural engineer come on to check things out. And that was scheduled, and for May 17th, I came over there with a check, and wasn't Alan Cook. I've never met Alan Cook. Not surprising. Yeah, but what's his name? Greg Silva. Greg Silva was there. Said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm here to meet my structural engineer. I'm paying for it. And I'm coming on the property to see him." He said, "No, you're not." He said, backed up the car and said, "I'm going to call the structural engineer and cancel the appointment." Unheard of. Doesn't happen anywhere in this country. Nowhere in the country. Rescheduled for May 22nd. May 22nd, again, I got a check on my way over. Nope. According to Alan Cook, I'm not allowed to go on the property again. At that time, it was 3 of us that were interested in the property. None of the 3 buyers who are paying for this thing allowed to go on the property. Only the real estate agent. Unheard of. Now, you people at the table, I mean, you can brush things off and decide you're not going to do anything about it. But the only one who's looking worse than Alan Cook at this point are the people at this table, because and I'm here now because this is almost 6 months later, and I get a text message saying, "What is your intention to buy the property?" I told you guys back in May. I said, my intention now is basically buy the property, and it's a very unique property. It should be preserved, I think, but certainly I want to have everybody in the city who wants to do any gardening or anything else. There's plenty of space over there. You're more than welcome to come over there and use it. I can't imagine anyone more genuine to buy this property than myself. And I want to give kudos to people who I've met in the city hall. But you people, you know what's going on. I mean, nobody. First off, the first rule that you would apply it in this room is anybody who comes up to a podium and takes the time to speak about something on their behalf or the behalf of anybody in the city. Nobody at this table is too busy or too important to not return a phone call. So let's try this again, and we'll have this on the record. My phone number is 323-705-7006. And I can't imagine anyone not picking up the phone And by the way,
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Your 3 minutes expired about 10 minutes ago, or 10 seconds ago. I was letting you finish your thought.
well, I would think you could be a little bit more generous than Jack. All right.
Yeah. Sometimes our meetings go to 2 in the morning. If we're generous like that, we continue.
All right. Well, in
Thank
the
you.
meantime, if you could just do your job, I would appreciate it.
Well, I wasn't at that meeting, so I didn't have a pen in my hand, so.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Francis Heggie.
How you doing, everybody? My name is Frank Hedgie. I just moved here from South Pasadena 2 months ago. I'm a 35-year-old single male. I grew up in Atco, New Jersey. I was born on August 27th, 1988. And I would just like the public record to show that I'm here now. So, thank you.
Welcome to Sierra Madre. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other speaker cards.
All right, thank you. Moving on to presentations. I believe the first presentation will be by the Foothill Workforce Investment Board on programs that are going to be offered. Do we have a presenter?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alma Estevez. I am representing Foothill Workforce Development Board. We are one of the boards out of 45 in the state of California, 7 in the region of Los Angeles. And I am here just to promote our services and let you know that we are here to service the Sierra Madre. We service 5 cities, which includes Pasadena, which is our home base, South Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Duarte. Those are the 5 cities that we concentrate and provide services to the local residents and local businesses. So what we do at Foothill Workforce Development is we service, again, 2 entities, which is the job seekers and local businesses. For the job seekers, we provide services in helping them find employment. That is basically what we want to do. And part of that is what we offer is employment, how to find employment, and provide training if they want to change careers, if they want to upgrade their skills. We have vocational training that we pay for through federal grants. The grants, we run on a fiscal year, so grants are given to us every year, and depending on our budget, that's how much we can pay for each individual training program. So we have that available. We provide career counseling. We assist with resume preparation, interviewing skills. We have career counselors that are there to assist. We have a computer lab that we have available that's free of use for everyone. Pretty much that's what we provide for the job seeker. So our ultimate goal for the job seeker is to help them get back into their feet and help them become self-sufficient. And for the businesses, what we provide for them is, obviously we know that we're in tough times where they're having a difficult time retaining employees. So we offer different programs where we can provide individuals that want to get their foot into the door, that maybe they're lacking some type of training, but we can pay for their salary for 6 months. We can pay for 50% of their salary. That's called on-the-job training, also known as OJT. We also have work experience. Work experience is also paid through the federal grants, and that runs for about anywhere from 3 to 4 months that we can pay for the experience. And all we ask as the employers is to be flexible with them because they're coming in to learn a skill. They might lack some experience, but it doesn't mean, that they have potential. So we will pay for their full salary for about 3 to 4 months, but what we ask is that they give them an opportunity and teach them and have them gain some skills. Then at the end, if they are happy with the candidate, then they're welcome to offer them employment and they can keep them as a permanent employment. But if not, once that contract is up, they're not obligated to retain that employee. What we want through that work experience is for them to just gain experience in hopes that they do get hired. Now, on the job training, which is what I mentioned earlier, that one is more of a hiring process. That when you do hire the individual, you treat them as a regular employee. We pay for 50%. Again, it's also for them to gain skills. And at the end, once the 6 months are up, then we pretty much hand them over to you. We don't longer pay for the 50% of their wages, and they become your permanent employee. We also assist in job fairs, so we try to travel around all the 5 cities that we service, and we try to help the local businesses in hopefully, having them fill their vacancies, because we know that that's the difficult thing that they're encountering at this time. So we do that. We promote all the job vacancies. We ask local businesses, if you have any job vacancies, feel free to send us your job leads through a flyer, and we promote. We post them in our office, in our resource area. Our resource area, pretty much all our clientele are job seekers, because we are co-located with EDD. So everybody that comes in through our doors, they're looking for a job. They're there to talk about their unemployment services or disability, or they simply want a job, or they want some type of training. They want to change a career. So we are there to support, again, the job seekers and local businesses. I'm leaving some flyers. There's a couple of flyers, one that focuses on businesses services, and the other one is for the job seekers. The other one, which I'm just going to tap into very briefly, is for the youth. We also have a youth program ranging from 14 to 24, and what we provide them is our soft skills, which we want to train them how to have some work etiquette, how to present themselves, how to show up on time. All that is important, so we offer those skills, and we provide maybe about 3 months of work experience. We put them in one of our local cities, whoever has a job vacancy or they want to take somebody, a young adult, to just have a paid work experience, maybe during the summer or a couple of hours after school. We will provide that free employment for them, and we pay them $16.93 an hour. We pay for their salary. So if anybody is in need of some young adult to just give them that experience, free of charge, of course, we pay them through the federal grant programs. It's called the Paid Work Experience for the Young Adults. We also have that available. And that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any
Are you taking any questions? Yeah, do we have any questions from the council?
Where are you located?
So we are in the city of Pasadena, off of Green Street, 1207 East Green Street. We're about a block away from Pasadena City College. We're open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. We also offer orientations for anybody who's interested, particularly the job seekers. They're interested in learning more about our programs. They're welcome to come in Mondays and Wednesdays at 10 a.m. No appointment necessary, and we will go through the whole program in more details.
Yes, please.
I'd just like to, how you doing, Alma? It's good to see you. I serve on the policy board there, and Alma attends those meetings. So this is when I bring reports back about this is what we're talking about. And talking with the executive director the other day, they are very much interested in making sure that Sierra Madre is aware of all the various opportunities that are available there, because there are quite a few of them. So
Yes, let us know. We're a phone call away. We're there to help.
Thank you. And so obviously the job seeker seems pretty obvious to everybody, but as far as, let's say there's a small business that wants to get involved and they don't have any employees yet, or maybe one employee, a family member, how's that work with like workers' comp and all those issues? Do you help them figure that out, or is that?
Well, under the OJT and the work experience, we cover all that. Workers' comp is covered. It's all covered under the federal grants, so we take care of that. There's a contract that they fill out. There's agreements. There's things that we got to go through, some training process, some rules and regulations that they got to follow, timesheets that they got to complete. But we take care of all that. Yeah.
That's great. There's a lot of small businesses in town, a lot of entrepreneurs in town as well.
Yes, and if they can't afford, if maybe they're lacking right now funding or what have you, business is slow, and they need some workers, under the work experience is a great way to get somebody to help them, at least temporarily, but at least it'll help them. They're not paying for the salary.
Thank you. And you have some contact information you'll leave in the back?
I did. I have these flyers, and I left them there in the back.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on. We have a presentation by the SGV COG, the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, and with their programs and initiatives. And looks like we have a resident here as well.
You do. All right. Good evening, Sierra Madre City Council. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. My name is Sam Peterson. I'm a management analyst at the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments and a resident of Sierra Madre. A little bit about the COG. We and what we do at a high level. I'll be going through each of these points here in a little bit more detail. But at the high level, we meet community needs. We work regionally. We provide local answers and pride ourselves on being responsible to local needs. And this is not just in our mission statement, but improving the quality of life for residents in the San Gabriel Valley is core to everything that we do. And finally, having a neighbors first mindset, and I'll talk a little bit in a moment. We also look forward to giving our member city councils yearly updates. So this is our first in what is hopefully a series of updates for our member city councils. As a regional organization, we're always looking for regional approaches to solve issues affecting our cities. By taking a regional approach, it also creates efficiencies for both city staff and city budgets. For a city like Sierra Madre, this means access to programming like the Affordable Housing Incubator Program and the VMT, or Vehicle Miles Traveled Model and Tool, which the city has access to. Another major value add is the COGS funding advocacy. We are largely a grant-funded organization, and that means we're bringing dollars to the region to help meet local needs. As you can see here, there's some literally big checks that we brought to the region the past year. Pictured here are multiple state and federal earmarks being presented on your left here to support Operation Stay Safe, which is a tiny home shelter we funded in Montebello, and the SGV Care Mobile Crisis is on the right. That's both a state and federal check being presented to that program. For a city, for Sierra Madre, as a foothill community, we're helping to support fire preparedness across the region through community engagement efforts and improving home fire hardening and community resiliency with the Fire Prep SGV program, which I know you guys are participating in. Improving quality of life for our residents. As I mentioned, this is not just in our mission statement, but core to everything we do. We here in Sierra Madre don't have any freeways running through our town. However, as Angelino County residents, we inevitably must get on the freeway and drive on them at some point. In addition to the 19 completed grade separation projects, we've secured funding for and currently executing the 5760 Confluence project, which will be improving one of the most dangerous stretches of freeway in the state of California. We also recently launched a partnership with Active SGV, which is called the Go SGV e-bike program, which provides long-term e-bike rentals, which are available to residents of Sierra Madre to take advantage of. And I believe we're currently offering a special on those e-bikes, going for $40 a month for the first 6 months of rental. And I want to emphasize that these are very nice, rather expensive e-bikes. So this is a very good deal for residents to be able to take advantage of. And you can also see on the picture on the bottom, a little bit, that bottom picture, there's some of the e-bikes there. Finally, our Neighbors First approach is designed to help those residents in our communities who are most vulnerable. I'm particularly proud to be involved with our homelessness programming, and Sierra Madre specifically will be benefiting from the region-wide broadband needs assessment and strategic plan, whose goal it is to ensure that there aren't any big technology gaps in access to broadband in our communities. 74 million. This is a number that is getting its own slide. We're very proud of this this number. Like I mentioned earlier, we are largely grant funded, and through our own advocacy efforts, we got to this number, and these are dollars that most likely would not have otherwise been brought to our region. So that can give you a sense of the scale of some of the things that we're doing. We have so many accomplishments to highlight over the past year. I've already mentioned a number of them, but I'll mention the 51 participants who recently graduated, and they're the first cohort group from our workforce development program called SGV Works. Congratulations to them. We're very excited to see where their professional journeys take them. And looking ahead to this next fiscal year, we're looking to begin construction on 2 more grade separation projects, we've completed, to complete the transit feasibility study and establish 3 food recovery hubs to help cities comply with SB 1383. We'll also be completing at least 60 home energy review assessments as part of the energy efficiency programs, which again, Sierra Madre residents can take advantage of. And we're also looking to expand the SGV Care Mobile Crisis Program to 3 additional cities. This is my program, my baby. So, and I'm currently in the process of onboarding the first of those 3 cities. And that concludes the slide presentation. I thank you for your time this evening and looking forward to seeing you at future COG board and committee meetings and working together on future projects. I'm happy to take any questions, but I can guarantee you I won't have the answers to everything. We do so much at the COG. I am just one person, but I'm happy to refer you to the appropriate staff. Additionally, if there's something you saw or heard that piqued your interest, and that you think could be a good fit for Sierra Madre, we are here to help. Thank you for your time. And actually, I have one last little plug. We have we fund the Open 66 Golden Street events, and the last one in this funding cycle is happening on October 29th. It's called Arroyo Fest. We're shutting down the 110 freeway from Pasadena down to the 5. It'll be open for bicyclists and pedestrians. That's October 29th, so there'll also be fun Halloween activities, and our main activity hub is going to be on Mission Street in the city of Pasadena. The last time Arroyo Fest was held was in 2003, so it's also the 20-year anniversary.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I do.
Please.
I see a neighborhood coyote program listed. Are we participating in that?
Not currently. The Neighborhood Coyote program is one of the, is a program cities pay to participate in. I think a lot of our programming, because of our grant advocacy, is often not extra cost to cities, but no, the Sierra Madre is not participating in the Coyote program.
How do we get involved, or would that be of some benefit to us, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I can put you in contact with our sustainability manager.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the SGV COG? Please.
Mine's more a comment than a question, or yeah, two comments. So first, I'm really glad you're here and look forward to future updates.
Yeah.
I think this is the first one that we've had since I've been on council, and that's not meant to be a judgment. We have to get better at getting folks here, because I know we've been very involved in the COG.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I went to the COG meeting last week that I recognized, you know, you guys are a ribbon cutting agency, right? That's the way I view you. It's lots of big infrastructure projects that help the San Gabriel Valley, and that's what's so wonderful about the work you do. I think that I would appreciate hearing more about it. I know that our residents would appreciate hearing more about it. So let's keep the communication going. And I don't mean, you know, that you haven't been here in 3 years to be a reflection on anything you do or anything of the updates we get. Having the pictures and hearing from it is particularly helpful for us to really get the point home. So thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Councilmember Parker said. I'm the current liaison to, or board member on the SGV COG, and let me tell you, I want our residents to know that the staff there is amazing. Such well-run meetings, very prepared, and you know, there are some dollars that flow to this organization, but they're being very, very well spent. And I was there for the workforce. Some of these things I was in the room, but not in the pictures. Very emotional to see what you're doing in some of these neighborhoods, and you know, the 5760 transition, as we know, if we've ever driven that, how dangerous that can be. And we're grateful that we have an organization that's advocating for residents for these things. So thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have an update on the status of the library. I'm assuming Deputy Director Yanez and Library Regan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. Arnulfo Yanez, Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of Sierra Madre. I am here this evening to discuss with you update on the library improvement projects. Mr. Mayor, in response to your discussion earlier, you are correct, sir. We are having the move of the archives this week, along with this coming Friday. The proposals for the big move will be due on Friday afternoon. Moving forward, as I mentioned, the building at 350 Sierra Madre Boulevard is ready for move-in. Minor little things here and there that need to be done, but nothing major. I've been working with librarian Layla Reagan and communicating with her as far as from a librarian perspective as far as what their needs will be. And then Public Works has complied with those requests. I have placed a schedule on your desk there, on your seats there, as requested at the last City Council meeting. That is as close as we could get to an estimated time frame for the project. So by all means, at this time, I will take any questions related to that spreadsheet that I have there. If not, I will continue.
So we're just so it's out, in the public where we are. The design phase, it looks like it should be ending very soon, if not already ended. Where are we in that process?
Yes, sir. We are in that phase. We are wrapping that up, sir, as we speak. Just last week alone, last Friday, we had a walkthrough on site with TSK Architects, along with potential project manager, which will deal with the contractors, to pretty much go on site and see what we any hiccups that we may foresee in the coming several months.
Thank you.
I'm also very happy to say that soil analysis has been completed last week. That is wrapping up this week, and hopefully we will have a soils report next week with the geotech engineers. Early numbers show that we have, again, some really good soil here in Sierra Madre. We just in the interest of time for the project, we are what I call stacking. We are also meeting with the landscape architect to begin that process. Some ideas as far as layout, making sure that the ADA walkways will be precise and placed in key areas, both towards the front of on the Sierra Madre side and on the Mariposa side, south of the building. Mr. Mayor, at this time I would address any questions that you and the council may have.
Councilmember Parkhurst, please.
This may be a question more for city clerk. So I haven't cracked it open yet. I've seen it that you got mailed to my home, but did we put any information in the brochure that went to everybody's home about the move of the library? I thought we talked about doing that, but I didn't confirm that it's there.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. Every city household did receive a brochure over the weekend that did include information on the library's relocation. And in addition to that, we are including information in the utility bills that are expected to go out next week.
Great. And do we have signage up at I didn't see a signage this morning, but it was before 7 a.m. when I ran by. Do we have signage up there? And is it up there kind of when people, tell me a little bit about the signage and help people know about what's going on.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember First. And hello, the rest of City Council. So we do have an A-frame sign that we put out every day, but only when we're open. And then we also have a copy of, not the newest iteration of the design, but that is up on the wall, and people have been leaving some wonderful comments. They love the library the way it is, but they're excited to see how it changes. And I do have, that I meant to hand out to you, some updated layouts. And this, okay, good, you have one. I have extras that I will hand out. But I do have some updated layout, and this is just something that myself and TSK and Arnulfo went back and forth with regarding space for the Friends of the Library and the archives, and making sure staff had adequate space as well. And so as far as I know, everyone's on board with this plan as far as organizations within the city.
Well, and I remember you pointing it out that Saturday when we had the bear presentation, and that was, that was fantastic. It's in a great spot in the library, so you almost can't miss it because it's there as you walk in. It's right where you check out the books. So I would encourage everybody in the community to go and look at that and provide the feedback on it. It's really well done. So and thank you. Deputy Director Yanez for this. I really appreciate it. It's kind of the right level of detail for what we need right now. We don't need to dig into it. I guess the one ask is as we get the updates, if things are changing and there are hurdles you're encountering, it'd be good for us to know just so we can make sure we get you the resources you need so we don't miss that 1/31/2025 deadline. So. Thank you very much. This is very helpful.
Thank you, Council Member, and definitely, of course, transparency is very important here in this project. Any issues, any concerns, I will definitely address that to our city manager and to this council.
Did you have some more, Librarian Reagan?
I do.
Regan?
I have a few more updates, and that's just in addition to the signage that we have at the current library, our temporary library this week is going to be receiving some very big and unique window decals. So I think it's going up Thursday, the 28th. So many things. And that'll be a really big decal on the temporary windows of book spines and very obvious library things. So hopefully that'll help, along with the water bill insert and the newsletter that went out this past weekend, and all of our social media. So I'm hoping we're getting the word out, but we'll know more. This week we do have the archive move starting tomorrow, and we did get window treatments measured, so our archives are going to be protected, and we have our temporary library decal going up. So that's it for us. We will be closing the library to the public Monday, October 16th again. So the last day to check out any items is going to be Saturday, October 14th, which is the same day as the Fire Prevention Festival, I believe. So that's a fun reminder. And that's all I've got. When the library is closed, we do have a lot of electronic resources available. We have Libby for ebooks and audiobooks, Press Reader for magazines, Canopy for streaming movies, and we have Mango Languages if you'd like to learn a new language while we're closed. And we do encourage you to check out as many books as you would like prior to the closure. We hope to reopen at the temporary location at 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard in December. And there will be a bit of time while we are closed that we will not be able to answer phones or answer any text requests. So just keep that in mind and be patient. We promise to get to you as soon as we can.
Thank you. Great update. Any questions for Librarian?
I'm not sure if it's for you or the Assistant Director. Because I heard some mention of sidewalk going down to Mariposa being improved, or the Mariposa sidewalk being improved. What about that empty lot? Are there any other upgrades for that lot in this package?
Yes, sir. Great question, too. The improvements are from Sierra Madre south to Mariposa. Okay. That empty lot you're talking about, sir, yes, that will be ADA ramp entrance,
okay,
along with a driveway, along with additional parking.
Okay. So the lot's going to become parking?
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I had a question for you. It was a great amount of meetings that we're having now at the library. How much seating does it say on the map that we'll have in a meeting room?
So there are still a few tweaks being made to this. We are, that meeting room currently does not have anything that allows for storage of the seating. So right now the capacity is 132 sitting, but we will lose some of that when we gain our storage for the chairs and tables. So probably, hopefully around 125 is what I'm hoping for seating. That doesn't include any standing programs, or if we do movie programs that might encourage blanket So thank you so much for that question, Councilmember Lowe.
Can I follow up on it? So you recognizing these are somewhat moving targets, but at some point we have to start construction. When are things locked down, and what things, a wall for storage can be made later in the process, but so with a plan in front of us, if you could ballpark the percentage, how much of this is really locked in and determined, and how much of it, do you still have to make some decisions based on needs and discovery, and there's some things like that any project you're going to have unanticipated challenges.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Parkhurst. So we've already had discussions with TSK Architects regarding some issues even with this design. At this point, I have had no additional feedback that I've had to give to TSK Architects. They have taken to heart things like the storage for the chairs, and even the Friends of the Library wanted a straight wall instead of a curve, and they've already taken that into consideration. So I don't have the final design, but as of right now, staff, the library itself, and the Friends of the Library have no additional commentary on this particular plan.
So this is kind of the way we see it's going to look. You've taken into everyone's feedback on it, so this is kind of what we might expect to see.
Yes.
Okay.
Reading balcony too. And in regards to the timeline, I do want to mention that I have put in a request for an extension for the 10 million targeted grant to match our Building Forward Infrastructure grant. That would extend our expenditure date to March 31st, 2026. I have already gotten the word that it has been flagged to be pushed through, but I have no updates on it, but I wanted to let you know that I have started that process.
It's very good news.
If I may just ask another, so last forecast I saw was we were going to have another rainy winter. What impact would that have on construction? Could that make it difficult to do any of the building, and how is that being planned for?
That is an excellent question, sir. All projects have their hiccups. Weather and construction do not get along. Yes, that is very true. We are expecting a wet winter this coming year. TSK is very much aware of it. The city will be made aware of that. It's working closely with the contractors, with the foremans, down to scheduling of what will be done. If we expect rain, then we won't be pouring concrete that day. We won't be working on the roof that day. We'll be working perhaps in the interior of the structure. There will be canvases and canopies that will be installed, plastic covers, etc. Excellent question, but we will try and do our best to work with the weather, sir.
Great.
So I know we're talking about construction, and the impetus of me bringing this standing agenda item is to make sure we are and the public are apprised of progress, and if we're making progress. But as we look at these things and we think, and that's how people come up with suggestions, and that slows everything down. But I just want to know the program/study space that's downstairs. I know it's downstairs, and a lot of activities can be upstairs, but it would be great if that's open during the day for people to study and have a quiet space down there, because it's larger than the other study spaces. Is that the plan?
I'm not sure thank you for that question, Mayor Garcia. I'm not sure if we're going to open it up normally during the regular operating hours, because the level 0 is not going to be staffed. So that would be the concern, but we are gaining an extra study room where the current computer room is, if you look at the plan. So we will have 2 study rooms now available, and TSK Architect tried to do, as they mentioned in their presentation, a kind of level of quiet to loud as far as going north to south. It gets louder, and east is quieter than west. So they tried to do a nice sound transition, and they are working on putting little nooks where people can study quietly. So they did a really great job of listening to the public on that and providing that level of opportunity for studying. So I think we'll be okay, but my main concern with opening that large room would be that we will not have any staff on level 0, except for possibly our archivist, who won't be there to all the time.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can get creative and have some type of working desk down there, so there could be a staffer down there. We'll see with the demand for that type of infrastructure. But I know when I was studying, it's nice to be able to go local rather than to have to go to a different library. We have a lot of commuting students here, but it's a great design. We're happy with that. We're on track. Thank you.
Yes, again to mention, just the interior is all subject to us. So the walls are what TSK is most focused on, and we can design the interior however the public or the community the direction the community would like to go.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thanks again.
I want to mention one more thing,
Yes,
and
please.
that's just that the Friends of the Library is having their final moving sale before they're going to transition with us to the temporary library. So they will have their final moving sale Friday and Saturday, October 6th and 7th, and they're trying to have a big blowout sale. So that'll be their last book sale at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard for quite a while. So it'll be exciting and a little bit sad.
A bag of books for $5, something, right?
All day Saturday.
Okay.
Basement 2, they said. So.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent. We did move a couple items out of consent, but can we have the Madam City Clerk please read the consent items by title only? I guess it'd be items A and D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City staff placed 4 items on the agenda on the consent calendar, and as you mentioned, the City Council authorized moving consent item B and C for discussion, and so those 2 items have been pulled. Before the City Council this evening are consideration of 2 items. Resolution 2364 approving certain demands. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 23-64, and also consideration of approval of a professional services agreement with AP Triton to provide a fire department master plan for the Sierra Madre Fire Department. And it is recommended that the City Council approve the professional service contract, not to exceed an amount of $60,000. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Bring it back to the council for questions on items on the consent calendar. Any questions on item A, the warrants? Nope. Item D, the AP Triton contract.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I just had a question. Unfortunately, we put this out to bid and to a couple different, and we only received 1 response. I just wondered if staff had evaluated whether that amount for the one bid, seemed within the range of similar plans. Either other, PD I know is doing one, or other local fire departments.
Yes. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address that. We did put out the request for quotes to 3 reputable firms. We did receive 2 responses. One was a proposal that is in front of you today. The other was a response of thank you, but no thank you. We have a full docket and cannot support your project. And the third was no response at all. So that did not allow us a great opportunity to compare any quotes, unfortunately. However, in talking with my peers within the area, some that have done similar projects, it is within the price range of what's going for fire departments for the scope of the project that we're trying to do, which is full-blown master plan to include some additional studies within that plan as well. And with the new fiscal year, their rates have gone up, so it's a little higher than we were talking with them a year ago, but it is, to answer your question, yes, close to what we were anticipating.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Couple more questions.
Sorry.
No, please. No.
Chief, was there a study done prior to this, especially when we transitioned so many different times between a partially paid fire department then to a paid fire department?
To my knowledge, that we have not had a study done for the fire department, And that's why I think this is a really good opportunity as we have transitioned into our new model for the full-time career department. It's going to give us a lot of benchmarks for where we need to go and how to be sustainable for the future and meet the needs of the community as far as any risk assessments that that are here in Sierra Madre. So I'm excited for it. It's going to actually open up quite a bit of opportunities for us to enhance our service, and it's going to be good from that third-party, non-biased entity to really take a look at it, at the way we operate and how we can get it better.
Chief, has Triton worked with other cities for similar type of work?
Yes, they have. They provided an extensive list of clients, and I have spoken with some of my peers. I think the closest one to us at a most recent project would be Laverne, the city of Laverne and their fire department. They did a smaller project, which is included in our big master plan, and they spoke highly of them, said that they are very experienced on the fire side with their personnel, and that we would most likely be happy with their services.
And can you give like a ballpark on the number of cities that were in their proposal? Kind of, was it 10? Was it 20? What was kind of the range of number of cities that they've done work for on their type of work, on these type of fire services? Not just this plan. I'm trying to frame it as like, just broader who they work.
Correct. This will be a swag at it as far as those numbers, trying to recall through their website, but they do offer a wide range of different services too. So for those to be all inclusive, I would put that number to probably 40 to 50 different cities within the state alone.
40, 50 different cities.
And counties.
Okay.
They're very extensive and well versed in what they do.
In California.
Correct. 40
to 50 in California, and you talked to a couple that you have good relationships with in the region, and got feedback on what they were looking on their experience working with them.
Yes, I did. The service, their attentiveness, and the depth of their study came highly recommended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any more questions for Chief?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any public comment for consent?
We don't have any public comment submitted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back to the council for any discussion. If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move to approve the consent calendar as modified.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Councilmember Below. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Carries unanimously.
I figure if I move it.
Okay, so how do we rearrange this discussion? I think we'll take the two consent items first before we do the other discussions. Would that be okay, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, we have a consultant for item C and a consultant for item number 1 on discussion. So if we could prioritize those two, that would be great.
That makes complete sense to me. Any objection from the council? Seeing none? Okay. Let's. Are you recommending going with the waters presentation first, or in discussion, or the item C?
We could, at your pleasure, we could do either one.
Yeah, let's start out with. I think it's going to be a little bit longer. Maybe we'll, depending on how long it's going to be, we'll see about taking a break afterward. Let's go with the discussion regarding the water and wastewater rate study.
Are you waiting for a
recommendation?
No, drum roll?
Drum roll. Director Semino.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight I bring you the rate study we've been working on since last fiscal year for the water and wastewater rates. Every 5 years we conduct a rate assessment of our water and wastewater utilities to ensure our rates adequately fund both utilities. We examine essential funding criteria such as expense projections, water demand, capital investments such as water mains, wells, boosters, reservoirs, and the water infrastructure, revenue projections, and also reserve requirements. We initiated our rate study last fiscal year and are recommending a very modest rate adjustment in both water and wastewater. Like our previous water rate model, the proposed rates will allow us to continue our aggressive water main replacement program, replacing up to 10 miles of water main, reduce our water loss from 30% to about 10%, just over 10% now. Investments in automated meter infrastructure, allowing every account holder to manage their own water use by logging into the AMI system. And reconditioning our wells, boosters, and reservoirs to meet today's standards and to be reliable for our future. As well as investments in our sewer system by replacing damaged pipe and investing in equipment to manage the sewer system in an efficient way. I'd like to introduce our rate consultant, Habib Isaac from IB Consulting, to provide the council and the community with the findings and recommendations for our rate analysis. Habib is with us.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, City Council members, City staff, and city residents. Habib Isaac with IB Consulting. And I was under another name before, but this is the third time I'm working on your water and sewer rates. And every time we go through this, we're refining it and we're making it better and better. So there is going to be some slight changes in your rate structure, especially for water, that we recommend. And we'll go through that. But first, we have to know how much revenue you need to generate for your water and wastewater, which are self-funding enterprise funds, to be self-sufficient. Okay, so with that, I'll go through the steps we went through and then give you a summary of the financial plan as well as the cost of service for water and wastewater. This is the agenda we're going to go through, and then at the end, also next steps based on where we are today. And please feel free to ask me any questions while I'm going through this presentation. So when we're looking at financial planning for utilities, there's a few things that we go through. First thing is we work with city staff. We go through their expenses line item by line item. We actually build a financial plan from scratch. We don't use like another one that we did for a different agency. We start from scratch in Excel. We make the model reflect your budget structure as opposed to your budget fitting into a certain mold. And then we don't do a full audit, but we do question like why did some line items increase, why did some decrease? It could be something as simple as, oh, that was a one-time cost, or we change staffing in terms of what department they fall under. So as long as we have answers to that, then it makes us feel pretty good. Besides the expenses, we also look at the water demand and what is the projections, as well as with wastewater, more with EDUs, which stands for equivalent dwelling units, the number of connections connected to the sewer system. Going back to water, though, one important thing in fiscal year 2023, all the agencies we were working with, we had to ask them, almost going to 6 months, after the wet winter, where are you year to date? How are you looking year to date with your consumption? Because everyone's consumption across the board is going down. So we want to get an understanding of where you were so we can model that. But then we're also looking for 24 and beyond that there will be a slight rebound. It won't be as wet. I know someone mentioned that it looks like it'll be another wet winter. But there was also El Niños that we were supposed to get and that didn't happen. But 2023 did happen. And so we're not assuming that that's the new baseline because that will make the unit rates go up. But we are looking at 2022 was a very typical year for in terms of weather and the usage. So we're rebounding a little bit back to that. Just to give you an understanding of what that difference was, it was around 200 acre feet between 22 to 23, and it'll come back up. You use around 2,000 acre feet, so around 10%. But we go with those projections as well. And then with revenues, we don't rely on your budget. We actually recalculate the rate revenue looking at the actual rates, plus we get all the raw billing data. So then we recalculate what the revenue should be, but then we compare it to your last year's actuals. And then we want to be within 3% with water, because there's still a decent amount of revenue coming from the variable side, and there could be accruals or just timing. And then with wastewater, we want to be within 1%, because most of your wastewater charges are flat charges throughout the year because you're residential.
So within that model, are you modeling our now as low as 10% loss? Because we pay for water that we receive, some of it's lost through leaky pipes,
Yes,
right?
yes, we are. That's correct.
So the 3% takes into account
Yes.
what our loss projection is as well.
Well, that's more on how much water you need to buy to serve your demand as opposed to your revenue. But we do take that into account. So when we revenue will be more impacted by who's not paying their bill as opposed to the water loss. But we check on that, so we were within those margins, and then what that means is we have a very sound baseline. We capture all the units of service, so then when we do projections, it's almost a QA/QC right from the start. There's the times with agencies we're off by 10%, 12%, and if that happens, we don't keep going, we stop. And then we ask the question, why is that? Maybe we didn't get all the data. Maybe the export wasn't correct. Maybe we're misinterpreting one of their rates. Maybe they implemented a lower rate than what was noticed. So those types of things, we have to resolve those before we keep moving forward. But we were within those margins that we want to be in. And then another big thing when it comes to utilities is utilities are very, very capital intensive. The unfortunate thing is that your city residents, they don't see it because it's underground. But you spend a lot of costs, a lot of dollars on capital spending, which is why you have that capital surcharge, so that you have that direct funding. But that surcharge doesn't fully fund your full capital plan every year, but it does give you a good baseline of 50% or even more based on scheduling. So a lot of times we also go through the capital spending plan, and sometimes there'll be different scenarios of how the city's going to schedule their plan to help smooth out rates. We went through that as well. And then lastly, besides your operating, besides your capital, another expense, which usually people don't think about, is reserves. To be healthy, this is a self-funding enterprise. And you also need to have healthy reserves for liquid cash on hand for operating, funding available for your capital spending in this fiscal year. You don't want to wait for that revenue to come in. Rate stabilization reserves in case there's unforeseen cost increase like hyperinflation that occurred. And then also emergency reserves. So then if there's a failure in your system, you're now not taking funds from your typical R&R, your repair and replacement. You have separate funds to deal with that failure while you keep moving forward with your planned capital. So quite a bit, but that gives you a summary of everything that we go through. And then here's the escalation factors we're using for different cost components. So clearly there's a pretty long list here because not every line item is going to increase at the same rate. So we have benefits, energy. We do model, I should say we do monitor the construction cost index of the engineer's news record. So we use that for capital cost. And then we also we monitor CPI. I have highlighted in circles for 24. We're still ratcheting that up for this year because of, we're just coming out of hyperinflation. Hopefully that maintains and stays low, but there's also still supply chain issues. So we're looking at one more year of, slightly higher increase, and then the subsequent years, we're going back to the 5-year average of both the construction cost index and the CPI, which you'll see is around 3.94%. The salaries and the PERS, that's a uptick for your current staffing to stay competitive in the marketplace. So you have retention and you don't end up spending more dollars in relation to training and hiring. That's a one-time, and then it goes back to the standards that you see with your step-ups and COLAs. So those are the items that we go through. We went through every single expense. We talked with city staff of what inflationary adjustments to use for each of those line items to come up with forecasting your expense projections. So with that, I want to go into the water enterprise. Here's a couple more assumptions. This goes with account usage data. So total number of accounts is 3,767. We are not assuming any growth for the noticed rates. So this is very common with us. We don't assume growth's going to happen And then, because then that means we're relying that growth to happen to meet your revenue needs. Instead, what we look at is you capture those, these models are deliverables to the city. You capture those as they come online. So then next year, you just update those accounts to maybe it's 40 more. And then that would then allow you to see how you're performing versus what we were projecting. And potentially what could happen is you may not have to implement the rate that was noticed next year, or the third year, you might be able to do a lower amount than what was noticed. And that's something we help agencies out with on an annual basis. We do annual updates that take around 30 days.
So just
Yes.
to wrap my head around that, let's say our expenses, your projection, let's say your projections were high and we
Yes.
have lower inflation.
Yes.
We have the opportunity to then opt for maybe keeping the rate the same or not increasing it as much as your recommendation.
Yes,
if it
exactly.
passes. Okay, great,
That's
thank you.
correct. And then below that is the usage by customer class. So then the total consumption is 860,000 HCF. That's 100 cubic feet, which stands for 748 gallons. Every unit of water is 748 gallons. That's a lot of water. So just to get an idea what that level is. And then in terms of acre feet, that's around 1,975 acre feet, if you guys think in those terms. Okay, so another assumption, water supply. So here's that 1,975, that's your sales. Then this is where the water loss comes in. So just to serve that level of consumption from your customers, you don't produce that amount, you have to produce more because you do have water loss in your system. So for you to serve 1975, you need to produce 2,224 acre feet of water. You have 940 acre feet of groundwater, you're in an adjudicated basin. So then the remainder to serve that demand is coming from imported water. And then what we have highlighted below those items is right now your imported water comes from San Gabriel. That's that difference, the 1284, but you are in the current position of working with our City of Arcadia on a joint facility. That's expected in our projections to come online in 2027. And then that's where the imported water would now be the joint facility instead of San Gabriel. We have a little bit higher costs right now, but long term is going to be a cheaper alternative than just being subject to increases by ultimately MWD that you get from San Gabriel.
So this assumes that water demand stays flat.
Yes.
And so I have two questions around that. So you said earlier that there was a 10% decrease between 2022 and 2023. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, because of a very wet season.
Yeah, because of the wet season, right?
Yes.
So when was our peak in water use in the past, say, 10 years? Was because we came out of a drought, right? Mm-hmm. And my understanding is that in year 2 or 3 of a drought, mm-hmm. water use goes up because things have dried out and you're trying to keep things alive. So maybe I asked the city manager, what was is 2,224, is that indicative of a peak use, an average use, a low use? What can you help?
That would be a typical year, not a peak year. A peak year, looking back, I could say about 2,400 acre feet in maybe following 2 or 3 years of drought in a situation like you explained. But our average, what we see is about 2,200 acre feet.
I would also mention that if you look back historically, you also had a higher water loss. So it's not really apples to apples because you had to then produce more to get that same amount if it stayed at 1975 before. So it gives you a false indicator almost.
So let's assume we have a
drought,
like a 4-year drought, let's say. So that takes us out to, so I was the one that brought up that it's going to be a wet year. I'm always the optimist, but here I'll be a pessimist. Mm-hmm. So let's say we've got a 4-year drought starting this year. So that takes us out to 2027, mm-hmm. and we have a population increase. Mm-hmm. What impact would that have on rates, and what would we have to do? What impact would that have on rates, and what would we have to do to be able to make sure we can maintain the water system and minimize leaks.
Sure. Well, one thing we've already done from previous studies is that we've increased your fixed cost recovery on the meter charge. So like what people pay without using any water whatsoever, you're recovering over 50% of your total cost. So then majority of the cost that's on the usage side is variable. There's still some costs that are fixed, but we're talking you have to see, you know, more than 50% of your water be gone or not used before you hit those. So when you see that water loss of the drought, most likely you're just going to purchase less imported water, because half of that, you know, half the cost of demand is imported water, so that cost is avoidable. You lose that cost, you lose those usage, you lose that cost. So then you're not bleeding or impacting your fixed cost in any way.
I'm not sure I followed that. So if you've got an increase in water demand, then are you saying you're going to take that out of the infrastructure?
I'm sorry. When you mentioned drought, to me, drought means we have to conserve. Where you're seeing a loss in water usage, as opposed typically in drought, you don't see an increase in usage. You're going to go through your water shortage contingency plan, message your customers to be more efficient, to not water you have to water every other day or just these 2 days, because you have standards that you need to meet. And then there might be mandatory conservation by the state.
Right.
They want to see 10% cutback. So you typically aren't going to see increases in demand during drought conditions.
Is that accurate? Because
you
see where my brain's.
So typically what we'll see is when we enter a drought, let's say following a year of rain, that first year of drought, maybe not much change. Second year of drought, now come December, January, February, March, it's not raining. There's no natural precipitation, so people are irrigating a little bit more. So we'll see water consumption drop a little bit, and then start to maybe rise, and then that's when the city and the state will implement programs and restrictions to curtail that water use back down. But I think to your point is that we have 940 acre feet of tier 1 water that's available to our residents. It's adjudicated right. So if there's increased demand, it's going to be imported water, whether it's through our MWD connection or through our joint well. And that the cost of that water is going to be, and that tier is going to be picked up by the residents regardless of how much water we use.
Okay. So from a cost perspective, whatever the rate is, it's going to be what we pay for it, and we pass that. So do we pass that along? Because we're talking about a rate increase, but we don't have a cost recovery model, do we? It's based on do we pass along the price to procure water, or is it just based on a usage? Do you understand the difference of what I'm trying to?
Right. So tier 1 is fixed based on groundwater.
Yep.
Tier 2 is also fixed based on the cost of purchasing that water or importing that water. However, if that cost goes up, we'd also have a pass-through provision to allow us to increase that rate to cover that increase in cost for imported water or water that we bring in through the Arcadia connection.
Without going through this process again.
Okay.
So
there's a plan to be able to deal with that in the plan.
Yes, the statutes of the state of the water code allows you to pass through costs that are from another agency that you have no governing control over. And then the only thing you have to do is you have to send out a postcard 30 days in advance of implementing the new rate from the third-party agency.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So here's current financials of the water enterprise. On the left-hand side, I'm showing you some of the things that we think about when we're reviewing your existing financial position. We want to generate positive net income over your operating expenses, comply with debt covenants. You have very minimal debt. Sufficiently fund your capital needs and meet reserves. So this is your operating position of water, and what this chart is showing. The black line, trend line, that is horizontal, that is pretty much flat. That's your current rate revenue, no increases, just the rates that your customers are paying today. The dashed lines going up is your operating expenses increasing over time based on those inflationary adjustments. It also includes the debt for the joint facility that you're paying back over 10 years. That starts in 2025. And then the bars on the bottom is basically the difference between revenue and expenses, which is your net operating income. So that net income, like in 24, we're projecting $2 million. that could go towards your capital spending and also to maintain healthy reserve balances. And then this isn't trying to scare you in any way, but just the way that Prop 218 is, you can only set rates for 5 years at a time, 5-year increments. So eventually, when you're at the end of your rate schedule, you're going to see that as expenses increase, it always makes you have to come back every 5 years, be transparent, show your customers an updated cost of service study, what's the financial plan, what's the new challenges, what's being funded. And then here's your capital plan. There's no additional assumed debt like revenue bonds, anything like that. It's all pay as you go. And I apologize that maybe your handout, you might just have the operating chart. So this is animated. There's 3 charts on that one. We probably should have broken it down to 3 different slides for printouts. But the 2 where you see that spike, that's water plant generator that increases 1.5 million and another like 500,000 for the next year. That's what that spike is right there, those 26 and 27. But in totality, you're averaging around just over 2 million a year in terms of your capital spending needs. And your surcharge that you have today is 1.2 million that comes in. So that's one thing we're also adjusting. We're going to ratchet that up just a little bit, and we'll talk about that as well.
So can you go back to that? I didn't follow. I'm not clear on what the FY 26-27 spike is. What is that? Is that the joint well, or?
Let me expand on that. So, some of the capital improvement projects that we're building into this model include, you've taken the tour of our water facility and you've seen our main pumping plant. The main pumping plant is in need of complete electrical upgrade, and the boosters, I think one of them is maybe from the 40s or the 50s, that also needs to be upgraded. So we're looking to upgrade 3 boosters and a complete electrical plant. We also have Grove Reservoir that was recently inspected and needs a major overhaul. So we're building into this plan reservoir renovation and a booster and plant upgrade and renovation.
So in there, what's the largest chunk? Because we replace boosters routinely, right? Don't we? I mean, we're always talking about pulling out one, and we've got a great schedule on it. You know, the staff is doing a phenomenal job. So what's the big jump in there? Is that the electrification or the update of the electrical, or what's the large cost there?
So we're looking at still $1.5 million roughly for water main replacement, and then about $1 million and a half for a pump station electric and all electrical upgrade. That would be 3 new boosters and a complete new electrical system to run the 3 boosters.
We have 5 boosters, right?
At the city yard, we have 3 boosters. We have booster 6, booster 10, and booster 7.
So if we're putting in, and you're saying here we're putting in 3 new boosters or 5 new boosters?
3 new boosters.
3 new boosters. So one of the problems that I'm concerned about, because we've put so much investment in, that we've done it in the last 3 or 4 years, which has been phenomenal. But if we've got all this investment at one point, then its lifetime comes out 40 or 50 years from now, and now all of a sudden we burden a future council to have all of that cost then. How do we address that? How do we smooth this out so that there's, that we're always looking on top of it and we're not having to spend multi-million dollars a year on the upgrades and also doing it in a big chunk in the future?
That's a great question, and it's something I think the department really prides itself on, right? So when we talk about the 3 boosters at the pump house, it's redundancy, right? So they all pump to the same place. So they manage the hours that each booster pumps. They cycle them depending on season and output. So if booster 6 were to go down, then booster 7 kicks in, and booster 7 can run. If booster 7 goes down, booster 10 can run. So the boosters are typically reconditioned based on the number of hours that they run, and they're on about typically on a 4-year cycle. And because different boosters have different production, some are going to ramp up in hours before others, and so they'll be on a schedule for that renovation
Okay, so we're having to do 3 of them now, and we've got closer to 5 or 6, so it's about half of them, but we're rotating through.
Right.
And part of this, and large part of this is the electrification, or the upgrade of the electrical. It's already electrified. It's upgrade of the electrical on
Right.
this. And then there's another part that I have forgotten now, but okay, so.
So at the city yard, we have the 4 wells, 3 boosters, the electrical that runs everything. We have the one reservoir. And at Miramonte, that's where we have the facility that has 5 newer boosters, more of a state-of-the-art facility. And so the pump station at the city yard would pretty much look like the pump station at the Miramonte Pump House.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think, to your point, Councilmember Parkhurst, this has always been a concern of mine that I often articulate from the dais, that, you know, we're doing such a great job of replacing infrastructure because there's been historically such a poor job of A, replacing, and 2, maintaining. Did I say A and 2? That is a concern. So, you know, the people that come after us 75 years from now, 100 years from now, because we did such a good job of replacing all the water mains at once and then all the boosters at once, are we handing off 75 years, 100 years from now, another rush to infrastructure repair? And to another point is, generally, you match your financing mechanism with the life, or try to match with the life of the asset, right? So I think to your point was, why, you didn't say it, but like, why aren't we borrowing rather than having an infrastructure surcharge, which is our revenue? Borrow and then pay it slowly over the life of it, right? Instead of having fees that are annual to then fund and finance this. I think that's where you're going. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm on the same page as you. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it concerns me as well. But what do we do? Right.
Mayor, and the facilities, when we look at boosters and reservoirs, typically, you know, it's the expense, and then every year, each one of these assets is tested by a third party, and we have performance measurements, and that helps us determine when each asset needs to be rehabilitated. So it's not, we won't see this investment, you know, this $1.5 million investment again. Once the boosters are renovated, it may be 5 to 7 years, and we'll have $150,000
rehab.
Yeah, rehab.
Yeah, understand.
Can I jump in here? Would it be fair to say, though, that we're not doing everything all at once? We're doing really anything but that. Wouldn't it be fair to say that we're going to be spending this money on infrastructure using the current fee basis for an indefinite period of time, way beyond 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not concerned about the people 75 years out, because we're not going to be there probably for what, 20 years, 25 years to get to the point we need to be because of the deteriorated condition of our system, right?
Great point. Yeah, we have this capital improvement project has been going on.
If anything, I would like to see us spend a little more money on it, but I think the point that I got in the water subcommittee meeting was that our water department, it has a limit to what it can actually do, and it's right up there doing that every year. It's maxing out on what pipes we can put into the ground. So that was a point that I thought was pretty well.
Are we getting into discussion?
Yeah, I guess we are. Sorry.
I actually have a question though. Especially since I'm new and I'm trying to understand things since I'm new to this. When you said you did the prior studies too, did you see a difference in what we did prior to that with capital expenses versus what we did now? And is that what obviously would be directly correlated with our decrease in leaks, but as well as our reserve amounts and everything? Because on the other side, as a citizen and a resident, I remember, you know, the issues we had with the water problems, and I didn't remember hearing much about capital projects. So could you tell us a little bit about that history, how we got to this point?
Sure. So I would say you weren't putting as much funds dedicated to your capital repair and replacement. So some of those costs were deferred, but they don't go away. You know, they have to be addressed. Then From that point, then you had a capital surcharge that had direct funding, but that capital surcharge of 1.2 million doesn't fully fund your capital plan every year. I mean, here's a good example. It funds a pretty good base, but then you still need, your current rate revenue coming in, your reserves to then supplement the remainder. And then when you see these spikes, that's the whole reason to use reserves. You leverage reserves to offset the spikes so you don't have to increase rates. And then when it comes back down, then your reserves can replenish because now that capital spending isn't there. So then so sometimes you might see a dip in your reserve balance, but as long as it rebounds right away, it's fine. And then that dedicated funding source of the capital surcharge, that's not going away. We're increasing a little bit, and I would expect if you continue to let that be part of your rate structure, you're setting yourself up for success. And if you address your capital to where it needs to be, typically those are the agencies that, one, don't need to borrow, and two, have very modest adjustments on an annual basis. I didn't say no adjustments, but very modest that are reasonable and palatable to your constituency. And I would say you're going to see that come to fruition at the end of this presentation because of what you've done in the past. You're going to see these modest adjustments, even though we're in this hyperinflationary climate. I've been working with a number of agencies up and down the state, and I haven't got to there yet, but we're seeing 20% increases, multiple years, for both water and wastewater at the same agency. Some are increasing it just because capital has doubled than what they were expecting. A couple of them have to increase just for debt coverage only, because they did rely on debt, now they have to show that coverage to their bondholders. So with that, I'll continue on and see where you're landing. But here's a good example too. So there's your capital. Here's your reserves balance of our projections. The red trend line is your minimum requirement of having an operating reserve, a capital, rate stabilization, emergency, as I mentioned. And then the dashed line above is just a little bit more like, for example, your operating is 90 days of liquid cash. The target is 120. The minimum for capital is 1 year's worth of capital. The top one is 2 years. So it just gives you a bandwidth, so it doesn't look like if I'm over my minimum without another target, we have to refund our customers. It just shows where you need to land, somewhere in that realm. So you're very, very healthy utility right now, but without rates increasing in any way, because you're going to go out once, every 5 years, then you're going to see that you're using your reserves to continue to fund your capital plan because your rate revenue can only generate so much money. So then, but this is set up where, these capital projects that are coming online, they're probably already expected, and then you're expected to draw your reserves down to fund those spikes in those years. So what we need to do is just ensure that we resolve this, that they don't go below your minimum. So that's our sole focus. You're healthy, so we just want to make sure you continue to have a strong financial position moving forward. So I basically just said that of what the slide is, but you're very healthy right now. The five-year plan shows a slight decrease in operating income that goes towards your capital spending and to cover the rest and your reserves. And then you will need to increase your revenues to meet those minimum reserve requirements in 27 and 28. So I want to go through reserves a little bit because you don't have officially adopted reserve policies for your utilities, but this is what we recommend based on industry standards and specific to your city characteristics. So you just switch from bi-monthly to monthly. So with monthly operating, it should have liquid cash on hand to cover your day-to-day operations. So when you're monthly, if it's a factor of how often your revenue comes in, so it's recommended that you have 90 days of liquid cash. That relates to $1.6 million if we turn it into a dollar amount. Capital reserve, we want to cover at least this year's funding needs. So we forward look and we want 1 year's worth of capital spending, which is $2.8 million. Rate stabilization reserve, this covers unforeseen expenses, fluctuation in rate revenue. A good example of this could be, hey, we're losing revenue because it was a really wet winter and everyone turned off their irrigation. Then you can tap in on this to cover that shortfall. Typically, that would be a percentage of your total rate revenue. So recommend 5%, which would be $400,000. And then emergency reserve is tied to your asset values of your system. So we take 3% of that. Think of it as how much you should set aside for home repairs based on the value of your home. Usually like 2%, 3%. Doing the same thing here. So then you have a bucket to tap into that is separate from your capital repair and replacement reserve to address failures that are unforeseen. So in total, it's 5.6 million. You're already there. You're already over that amount. So we are going to look at drawing that reserve balance down for those spikes, but then make sure it doesn't go below the minimum. So here's the proposed financial plan. Now we have positive operating income, basically around 2 million a year, which guess what? Your capital plans around, goes like 2 million to 3.5 million. Your funding, your dedicated funding's 1.2 million. So this is really making up that difference while also replenishing those last 2 years of reserves. Same capital plan, so I don't need to spend any time on that. And then now here's your reserve balance. And to achieve this, you need very modest adjustments, 4% for 3 years, a 5%, and then 3%. In your staff report, it was missed that we only showed 4 years. In both water and wastewater, we're just missing that first year. And in both water and wastewater is 4%. So I just want to point that out on your staff report. But I gotta commend staff and the city that this is not the norm right now for like the last 12 to 18 months to see single digit adjustments. We worked with like probably about 12 agencies, and there's only been one other agency that's single digits. Everyone else is 20, 15, one is 25, another one is actually 50 that they had to do. So you're doing a really, really good job of being able to have adjustments that are less than the current inflationary rate. So I wanted to point that out. So now that we know the amount of revenue, this is very tiny, but basically this is all your cost. And then the amount you need to recover from rates for 2024 is $7.4 million. But in aggregate, the total amount of additional revenue you're recovering is 4.5 million. So that 4.5 million, you have around 400,000 in increased operating cost. You have the debt loan, the loan that you took for paying for the joint facility. That's an increase of 300,000 a year for 4 years. It starts in 25, so that's 1.2 million. Then you also have the increased cost of the joint facility that comes on in 27 and 28. That's an increase of 600,000. We're also going to increase the 1.2 million surcharge to 1.5. That's 1.5 million. So the remainder of like 700,000, 5 to 700,000 is to replenish the reserve balance. So that covers everything that goes, what that 4% is generating, what those funds are going towards. So now that we know the amount of revenue that we need to recover, and I'm sorry, Director Goss, was there going to be a question?
No.
Okay.
No.
These are your components. They're basically the same components you have now, but now just the costs have been recalibrated. On the left-hand side are your fixed components that make up the meter charge. And like I said, we are increasing the capital surcharge from 1.2 to 1.5 million. But again, that doesn't cover your full capital cost. And you still need to use reserves and revenue coming from rates on an annual basis. And now on the right-hand side is your variable cost, your water supplies, and that's around 47%. And then just the cost of delivering the water to the end taps of your customers. So your field workers, everything else. So with that, your fixed costs are broken out to two components. The base, which was those two first components of account services and meter capacity. Account services, that's basically, think of it as a base charge to have an active account. So the size of the meter doesn't matter. It's like for customer service, billing. It doesn't matter how much water you use, doesn't matter the size of your meter. It's the same amount of effort to address different size meters. But then the meter capacity, that's where we're generating more revenue for your capital spending as well. That's where the size of the meter does matter. Those that have more capacity in the system, they paid more when they came online to buy into the system. So then this is still following that same process that those that put more demand on the system will pay a little bit more. But in totality, most of your customers are 3/4. That shows under meters, 2,733 accounts. And there's really, even with the 4% adjustment, it's not really changing. It's a 1 penny change. But it is changing on the capital surcharge, $1.42, and that's because we're increasing it by $300,000. And then we show the 5 years of rates. So we have those 4% in 25 and 26. 27, we're actually showing it grayed out because that's when the new joint facility is expected to come online. So we did a full cost of service analysis in that year as well because your water supply is changing. So because of that, the fixed variable cost is shifting a little bit. You have a little bit more cost on variable because that water supply cost is a little bit more. So then that what causes like the 3/4 inch to go down a little bit. I would say it's almost the same, right? So you almost have almost a static for that 27 year that base charges aren't really changing much. And then it goes back up to I think the last year was a 3% increase. So now let's talk about the variable side. This is where we're doing some changes in the rate structure. So right now the district, as you're aware, is within adjudicated basin. You get 940 acre feet of groundwater. And now we're gonna model this of the 940 acre feet and also model the change in the imported water from San Gabriel to the joint well facility. So instead of having a rate 2 tiers for single family and then uniform for the other customer classes, we're eliminating that and we're basically saying everyone's gonna be on 2 tiers. Because you're adjudicated basin, we're gonna say everyone gets their fair share of groundwater on a per account basis of the 940, and then you get the cheapest water possible, and then when you go over that amount, then everyone pays tier 2, doesn't matter what use you are, single family, commercial, you have a certain amount of groundwater, the rest has to be imported water. So then 24 and 20 through 26, that imported water cost of tier 2 is gonna be San Gabriel, 27 beyond is gonna be the joint facility. So what that means with your customer classes is that you don't really have customer classes anymore. All customers are subject to these tiers because of the fact that you're in an adjudicated basin. So I think by doing this, your rate structure correlates very well to what is actually occurring and what your circumstances are with the adjudicated basin.
I have a question on that.
Yes, go ahead.
So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Was it just historical practice, our city, other cities, to do it by class of customer in terms of nature of use, use of the?
Yeah, I would say so. And, I would say it's always better to have rates based on water supplies. And if you're able to do that, then it makes it more defensible. There's been a lot of challenges in the courts on water rates, even recently in the city of San Diego with, not city of San Diego, but the county of San Diego, there's 2 court cases about you can't use peaking or what the increase of usage is to charge more. That's still just specific to one agency and it's being appealed. But yeah, I would say the answer is yes, because with commercial and other customer classes that are not residential, they're not as homogeneous. So then because of that, you don't want to put them into 2 tiers where it's not reflective of their usage patterns or their needs. But in this case, because you only have so much groundwater, we're almost not even looking at anyone's needs. We're saying what's available, and we're giving that fairly to everyone, fair share, and then anything over that is imported water.
So, follow up to that. So, aren't the smaller homes subsidizing the larger users? If everybody has the same rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't, if you are a large entity in town, let's just say the Kensington, they're going to be using a whole lot more water than a single family home. Wouldn't you adjust the tiers for them because of their increased water usage? Why?
Because there's only so much groundwater you have. So then if anything, we gave them more groundwater, then now we're really having single family homes subsidize the increased allotment that you're giving them. Because we had to take away, there's only 940 acre feet, it has to come from somewhere. So then we have to take it away from other customers. So what I would say, I would argue is that is actually making those that use more water pay more, because now their usage isn't being factored in of how much groundwater they get. As I know, it's just per parcel, per account.
So everybody gets 800 cubic feet of water that at one rate, and if you go above that, then it's a different rate.
That is correct. So the 940 gets spread evenly across all accounts parcels, and then I'll show what that ends up being on a per unit basis.
So that's consistent with the way most utilities work, right? So most everybody, if we look at it from, let's say, an energy perspective, at an energy, you've got multiple tiers, and everybody's got the same tier to start with, and then it's built from there.
Yeah, but with that, some electrical rates take into account what type of use, what you're using power for. So from that standpoint, correlating to water, that's where it correlates to budget-based rates. Where budget-based rates, if you have a bigger lot, then you get allocated more water. But we're not doing that here. That's a totally different animal. And that's where, but in this case, we're going off of just the amount of groundwater you have available, saying everyone has the same rights to that groundwater, so everyone's getting a fair share.
No matter who you are, if you've got an account, you get a certain allocation.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, if anything, larger users are actually subsidizing the system, because there are some properties that will, under no circumstances, be able to only use their share of groundwater, right? Like the Kensington is probably a good example.
Mm-hmm.
Under no circumstances will their share of the groundwater ever be sufficient for them. So they're almost certainly going to have to be into the tier 2, and their payment into the system then increases the overall revenue for the entirety of the system.
And I wouldn't say that they're subsidizing, because
Yeah, I know
that's,
subsidizing is the wrong word.
yeah,
I mean,
but they're paying their appropriate share based on how much demand they put on the system and the water supplies you have available.
Right.
Yes. So then this is showing you the amount of water they get. What's that 940 spread over all the accounts? So then tier 1 is 8 units for every customer. So then if you have a single family home that can stay within those 8 units, say it's two person household, they don't have much, outdoor water needs, then they'll just pay for groundwater. And then I'm showing 2027 because that's where your water supply changes from San Gabriel to the joint facility. And then you'll just notice that the tier 2 rate changes on terms of the water supply cost. That's when it's going to increase. But long term, I would expect that the San Gabriel rate of today is going to eventually end up being more than the 289. So long term, it's a good decision to invest into this joint facility. And then here are your current variable rates. So 334 now, so 314, 461 versus 492. And the reason why that tier 2 is going down is because we're not using peaking as a component. We're only using water supplies. So this is the most defensible rate structure you could have, where it'll be very, very hard for someone to challenge this, to say that these are not cost of service based, these don't comply with Prop 218. This is the most defensible way you could set rates up. And then here's the 5-year schedule of the variable rates. And again, we're just graying out to 2027. That's where that water supply changes, the joint facility. And then here's customer impact for a 3/4 inch. That's most of your customers. We're showing 11 units of water, 15 units of water, and 19. So 11 is your customer's winter average. 15 is the annual average, and then 19 is the summer average of your customers. And you'll notice here that it shows that the bill impact is almost double the revenue adjustment of 4%. Now, the reason why that is because when the city switched from bi-monthly to monthly, what happened, where what didn't occur was the tier allotment should have been cut in half as well, because the 14 units was for 60 days, not for 30 days. So then that 14 units is still in place. It should have been 7. So if I went into my model and said the current allotment was 7 for tier 1, these impacts would be right around 4%. So that's the only reason why it shows higher. And then because we're in this study, it was decided, like, let's just wait till we implement the new rates and then we'll adjust it, as opposed to adjusting it and then having to then talk about the rates as well. Okay? All right. So you guys asked questions while I was in the presentation. I can answer more with water. If not, I'm just going to move forward with wastewater.
Any questions? Let's go forward.
All
Thank
right,
you.
great. So similar presentation in terms of the slides, but this will go a little bit quicker. Our number of accounts in EDUs we show is in our projections. EDUs is, as I mentioned before, is equivalent dwelling units. So basically, commercial accounts get assigned more EDUs to say how many residential units are you equivalent to based on the flow that you project or that you discharge. So then that's how they get charged more on the fixed charge. And then we also show the usage, because your commercial institutional are charge a variable component, and that's gonna continue. So there's not really any rate structure changes that we're making to wastewater. So same current financials, and you may wanna look at the slides because again, I have other ones below this, so I apologize for that. So the operating position is a little bit worse than, it's not as good as water. Water is really good. So you're gonna break even 24. It shows that you would generate a little deficit in the future years. But again, this is with your existing rates, no changes. You have no more rate adjustments that are scheduled. Here's your capital funding. So that big spike in 2026 is the jetter truck that you need for the wastewater utility. That's around $450,000, and that's what that spike is. And then here's your reserves. You have very healthy reserves. I would expect that probably in the last study, they were expecting that jetter truck was gonna come online at some point, which is why the reserves are higher than even the target, that then you're gonna draw down, and then we just have to make sure it doesn't continue depleting. Because one thing I gotta mention too, which I didn't right now, is our financial plan isn't just 5 years. Our modeling is out to 30 years, and then there's certain times where they just could plug in numbers of their capital plan outside, so then we also see what's coming online on the horizon. So with wastewater, very similar to water, we just have to make sure we resolve that deficit that would occur of the operating income, and then the not meeting your reserve targets in 27 and 28. Wastewater reserves, same as water, except we don't have a rate stabilization reserve. And the reason why is because, as I mentioned earlier, wastewater, almost like 90% of your revenue is fixed flat charges coming in. So there's not much fluctuation. I mean, you do have commercial that is have a variable component, but they still have a decent fixed component. So your revenue coming from commercial, it's like less than 10% of the total revenue.
And I suspect our mix, right, of residential and commercial is heavily skewed towards residential. Just
Oh, yes, like
town. So even if we have commercial accounts that have a more variable, it represents a very small
very
slice.
small, very small. So we recommend you don't need rate stability reserve for wastewater. We have operating the same 90 days, but it's based on the 90 days of the wastewater enterprise expenses. Capital reserve, 1 year's worth, and emergency reserve, 3%. The asset values of the wastewater system is far less than the water, so it's only going to end up being $83,000. So around $650,000 is your total minimum reserve requirement. So to achieve that, we're increasing revenues, but you see it's very slight. We don't need as much compared to water because water has a lot of capital. But you're just collection only. You're not doing the treatment of the wastewater. That's LACSD, and they have their own revenue stream. Same capital. And now we're drawing down the reserves to be in between the bandwidth, and then we're making sure we maintain it. And granted, we're just over that minimum, but I expect that you also outperform our projections because we have no growth, and we're very conservative. We have the hyperinflation for this next year. So you should be doing well, just like how you're doing right now. And then this is 4% each year. So again, kudos to the city and the staff with operating your enterprise funds. Here's total revenue requirements, a lot less than water. It's 1.2 million up to 1.4 million by the 5th year. And then in terms of the rates, it's not much difference of where you are today. Residential, their fixed cost is more because we also allocate costs for their flow, but because residential is pretty much homogeneous in terms of how much flow would come from each residential home, it's really based on your density, 3 people per household, 4 people per household. All of it's converted to a flat charge. So they're paying their full load of fixed and variable as a flat charge every month. And then commercial, they do have variable component. So they're paying just the fixed component on the fixed side, and then on the variable side, they're paying for the collection of their flows, which is 90 cents, up to $1.05. And then with that, with next steps, today was the council meeting. I also want to mention, you probably didn't notice, but our cover sheet showed September 15th. That's because we did this presentation to the water subcommittee last week on the 15th. We didn't make any changes to this presentation. So after today, if we have your blessing and unless you want to give us feedback or want to see something else, we're going to start drafting the report from starting tomorrow, and we'll need 2 weeks. So it'll be ready by the 6th. And then if we move forward, Prop 218 notices will be mailed out on the 27th. So then you can have a public hearing on December 12th. You need 45 days between when you mail out the notices and when you're able to hold a public hearing on the rates, and then with an implementation date of January 1st. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and thanks for the questions, but I'm more happy to answer any further questions you may have.
Any other questions? Please.
So, on the slide with the proposed 5-year wastewater charge schedule, you said residential flat, non-residential fixed.
Yes.
So I'm confused. Flat
Sure.
and fixed seem the same for me.
No problem, because so we have variable rates, right? For commercial and institutional, at 90 cents, we actually look at residential is typically is going to have the same amount of flow coming from the residents every single month for indoor use.
This is what you were saying.
You know, laundry, flushing toilets, showers, it's not going to really fluctuate much throughout the year. So then we say, like you may know about like state mandates of water efficiency, 55 gallons per capita per day. Well, we take that 55 gallons per capita per day times your density factor of the city, times the 90 cents for 30 days. And then we just say, okay, we know the dollar amount, and then we tack it on to the fixed charge. So then because it has the variable component that's not going to change every month, we now call it a flat charge because it has both components combined, whereas commercial has their fixed, and then their variable is a flow rate.
Okay.
So we say flat to residential because it's a combined charge, whereas commercial, it's separated between fixed and variable.
And then thank you. And then on the next steps slide.
Yes.
Is that, so that time period, that's kind of a public notice period for people to review the report and provide feedback on it. And so then, then the Prop 218 goes out.
Prop 218 go out
3 weeks after, so people have really 6 weeks, 7 weeks to review this.
Yes.
It's actually even longer than that because it's got to be due by December 12th, right? Because the ballots have to be received by the time we have the city council meeting on the 12th. So they really have ballpark 2.5 months.
They could also deliver the protest in person at the public hearing.
Right.
And I would say the report is going to be to the city on the 6th to be reviewed by staff and city attorney. So then they have time to review it. So then it's available by the time that the notices are mailed out. So I would recommend that the report would be on the website by the 27th.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. That's a good clarification because I wasn't clear on that. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I mean, we don't typically have business on the first meeting in December, so that was my only
Public hearing.
concern, whether that 3 weeks between the draft report delivery and the mailing, whether that's strictly necessary or whether that's just giving some buffer in there, and do we have a way of backing it up? I mean, I don't really care that much, but I know historically, we don't.
Is that a reorg?
That is our reorg.
Okay.
That is our reorg, and this would be the one item for discussion, public hearing.
Yeah, I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I just wanted to note that for others.
Okay. Well, I won't be here 5 years from now, but honestly, that was a very, very well done presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Well, and I appreciate the modeling goes out 30 years.
Yes.
That was one thing that I really, I'm glad it's not just 5. I'm always trying to think about the longer term on this, so it's great.
So let's take it to the public. Madam City Clerk, have we received any comment cards on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city clerk's office did not receive any email public comment, but we did receive one speaker card from D. Elkhorn.
Mr. Alcorn.
I just say that was a very thorough, D. Alcorn, I live on Grandview. That was a very thorough presentation of it, just pointed towards 218. And I think it was probably answered a lot of questions. But I have another question on a longer basis. Now, on the wastewater, it's sort of we're taking care of existing stuff. And I'd like to see, do we have any longer-term things? Because we're gonna see dictates come in, where we're gonna have to do something with the wastewater and not just do whatever it is. So is there something in hand to consider about what we're gonna do with the wastewater rather than, to treat it, and so it goes back, and so it helps the water situation? I mean, it can be used for other uses, and I don't see, and then that may be in the books, I didn't see any evidence of that. So I think that there's something that should be in there. Maybe this is inappropriate when you're talking about 218, but I think it's appropriate to look at what is it that, first off, I think it's gonna be some dictations about what coming from the state about what we do with wastewater. And I think we ought to be forward-looking to say, how can we use our water? How can we possibly, to supplement what we knew for, so we're gonna get another source from our a new well. But we also have a lot of water that's not being used, and I think that it should be forward-looking to say, is there a plan? How are we gonna do that? And not wait for the state to tell us what to do. So I think that maybe beyond what is the scope of this 218, but that just is my concern, that I don't see any evidence of that in any description or whatever I've seen. So I just think that ought to be an issue that ought to be addressed, to look at the longer term, how we can use that water and for good purpose, and then help alleviate the problem we do have forever about having adequate water. Thank you.
Mr. Alcorn, that was specific to the wastewater component, correct?
I'm talking about the wastewater, yes.
Okay, and I know Councilmember Goss has sat on Sanitation District, and I currently do, and we do have some insight into that. So offline, we'll talk to you about what the plans are for that.
Okay.
There are plans.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Madam City Clerk, was that you said one? Yes. Sorry.
That was the only speaker card, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it back to the council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
One thing I learned at the League of Cities presentation about meetings is that we can actually address public comment as part of our discussion of the item on which it's being commented.
They said that was encouraged.
Right.
It's a good opportunity to do that.
So on that basis, I just wanted to, and you guys obviously have a better specific understanding of the regional plans, but I just wanted to address Mr. Alcorn's comment in that because of the way we capture our wastewater currently, we send it off obviously to another agency to actually do the treatment and then disposal however they do it. And so our understanding and our plans are to work on a regional basis, kind of like our COG who is here today, because the cost of doing that, here would be prohibitive for the water that we process. So all of the, I think both these gentlemen can speak to the plans that the county and other agencies regionally have to, marshal our combined resources and put in, you may recall, maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, there was a plan to put some settlement into the Arboretum area, and there was a big outcry and I think a lawsuit, and so those plans got either shelved or killed, but those kinds of plans at a regional basis are definitely under constant consideration. And I know a few meetings back, maybe actually while Councilmember Goss was still mayor, he provided an update on his sanitation board meeting about some pretty exciting things about being able to reuse treated wastewater to recharge the local basins. And so maybe you wanted to refresh on that?
It's called toilet to tap.
They're not calling it that anymore.
I don't think they're calling it that anymore. No, we can't do it, my understanding, and Mr. City Manager, jump in anytime and correct me. We can't diminish the flow of our effluent, our sewage, because the sanitation districts won't let us. If cities do that and unilaterally do that, it reduces the flow to a point where the sewer system actually shuts down. So rather than us capturing that sewage and trying to treat it locally, we're part of a larger system that traps it, treats it at sewage plants. Then in the future, they're going to inject most of that underground. And it's going to take a number of years, a huge amount of money being invested on it. But some very large percentage of the water use that we have in LA County will, in I think 5 or 10 years, not probably 10 years, was that around 50%, or is it going to 40–50% of the water use will? It's a big number, I know that.
Right. So right now we have one plant that's scheduled to go online, like you said, in about 10 years. And that water will, that plant will pump the sewage back up the San Gabriel River and spread it along the San Gabriel River for groundwater recharge. That's indirect potable use. Then we're also looking for some direct potable usage in industrial applications and for golf courses. I just learned that we're now studying, that line is supposed to make it to the 210 and the 605 freeway, and they're studying taking that line east and then also bringing that line west as far as perhaps Pasadena. So there are some projects on the horizon. They are long-term projects, 10 to 20 years out, but they are looking to capture as much sewage to treat that water and reuse it.
Mr. City Manager, I think you need a PR class. I don't think we're going to call it sewage.
Wastewater.
Well, so I'll build a little bit on that. Not only are there some plans and discussions, I believe I've heard from you, City Manager, about wastewater, but also stormwater. I mean, we have to be thinking about all water sources that we can, and so reclaiming the water that we've got and reusing it, is necessary. But I think there's also capturing the water that comes down. I mean, that was one of the things that was a little disheartening. With all of the rains that we had, we were capacity constrained, right? We couldn't, we had spill off come from the dam that had too much silt and would have filled up our retention basins. And so we have a capacity issue at the dam, but once that came through and we got some clear water, then we could put it in our ponds, but then we overflowed that. But you've been working on some plans with other cities in the region to try to figure out ways to capture more of that stormwater so that we can further enhance our water reserves in the region. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I really, I've been involved, but really, Management Analyst Carlson has really spearheaded that effort, and the city does belong to a JPA along with the city of Arcadia, Monrovia, Duarte, and Bradbury. And we do have some projects that are in design right now. One in the city of Duarte that captures, I think it's an 8-mile watershed. And we're working on some projects that will benefit our region, including the city of Sierra Madre and Arcadia's watershed. So we do have plans in place to capture as much surface water runoff and treat it and put it back in the ground for groundwater recharge.
Thank you.
And that's all within the scope of this water rate study, because eventually we'll reap the benefits of this as the aquifers recharge to higher levels. That's the hope. We also did see, this is the first time I had seen it, and Mr. City Manager could probably say how long it's been going on. If you drove down the 605, you would see, a large river, the San Gabriel River, and then it was kind of dead above or below. There's inflatable dams that they had been using in order, because there is ground that can permeate and percolate into the, I'm assuming it was the main basin, to then recharge our main basin. So our main basin rates will, as the supply goes up, hopefully the main basin rates can come down a little bit. And with wastewater, there's a lot of offset. I want to say that every meeting that I go to, and there's a meeting next tomorrow or next Wednesday, I don't know, but I'll be there. It's, I think about 43,000 homes are powered from the electricity that comes through there. That's only one portion of what they're doing. So all those things offset the cost, therefore keep our rates low. So we can always do better and continue to do better, but that's what I've been saying. So kind of circling back to what we heard tonight, any more comments, discussion?
Just one more, I think we should be really proud kind of the theme that we were just talking about here, and then expanding it a little bit further. 4 to 5% increase. Single-digit increase, low single-digit increase compared to double-digit, as much as 50% increase in rates in other places. I think that says a lot about the leadership that we've got in the city and the fantastic staff that we've got to be able to manage that. I mean, you guys make our job really easy in this standpoint of managing it, and so thank you for that. And we want to continue to keep that going so that we don't have that in the future. So we appreciate this coming before us and having us think about it. I mean, we have to do it, I understand that, but we're doing it in such a proactive way that this is part of a larger program, a larger vision that we've got to have sustainable water use for our city. And so it's just, I'm very heartened to what I've seen in her tonight. So thank everyone that has spent time and worked on this and made this happen.
I mean, I'll expand on that. I mean, if you think about that, this 3, 4, 5% increase is to maintain our very aggressive capital campaign to do all of the different maintenance that, you know, we've been facing over the last decades. I mean, that to me makes it even more astounding, is that we are continuing to spend, you know, on a capital basis well in excess of what we've probably ever spent, but certainly spent in, you know, in recent memory. I mean, I'm sure all of us remember the gauge sign in Kirsten Court about where our wells were, and sort of the dire kind of emergency feeling of those years, and thinking that we were going to run out of water. And of course, then that would be accompanied by, you know, incredible cost. And so the fact that we've been able to plow this money into the infrastructure improvements and then see that come back in a way of reducing our costs so that we don't have to pass on double-digit increases. I mean, that to me sort of just puts it in perspective, that we aren't degrading our plan to continue to aggressively pursue the upgrades and the maintenance. And so to me, that's just an extra bonus to kind of put it in context.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments or discussion?
Growing up also in town and seeing the different times in the last 50 years of what's been happening with our water, and our previous councils that have done some great aggressive measures as well previously, and generations of our water department working together. I mean, literally, we have generations of people that have worked in our water department as well for our city staff that have continued to analyze what we've done historically, what worked, what didn't, and what works for us now, and really listening to what our citizens needed. I mean, we did have a time when our water was odd colored, when we had to face that surcharge for years because the pipes were leaking, and to go from a 30%, 33% leak down to a 10% and then see what we have in the next 5 years after that is really phenomenal. Also, the fact that we do have reserves again, and looking at cities that haven't had those same types of systems where they don't have a reserve and they're going to be dipping into, you know, like you said, a 50% raise is really disheartening in this time where COLA is increasing so dramatically every year. Gas prices are so high, and to be able to save our citizens such a minimal increase is really, like, it's really great for our public, because there are people that are struggling a lot, and that we wouldn't want them to have to struggle just in their water use and just their water costs and their utilities. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. You know, the staff has done an amazing job through the years, being innovative, and, you know, we'd also like to recognize that previous councils and staff have been able to build bridges with our regional partners. That is so important and so effective. Had we not had good relations with Arcadia or good relations with anybody else, we would be an island, and we would be stuck footing the bill for everything. So kudos to those that came before us.
Just a quick comment real quick.
Please.
Agreed with everything you said, everyone. A piece here that I've seen develop over the years is the transparency in terms of how we're actually charging people money for the water they use. In the last water rate study, we implemented the infrastructure charge, and so we gave them a specific amount of money that we're taking and we're putting into the infrastructure, but we've also been doing that, and they can see that. And that has given our water system and our city government great credibility. When I first ran in 2012, went door to door, one of the biggest gripes I heard was the condition of the water, the rates of the water. They couldn't see one from another. So I've seen a sea change in that period of time, and I think it goes to the competency of our staff, the relationships we're building, but particularly our commitment to transparency. It means a lot to people. So kudos to everyone involved.
Thank you for that. So we have recommendations in front of us. One is to initiate a Prop 218 process and set December 12th as the public hearing, or we can recommend changes to the rate structure that's been recommended and delay the implementation of the Prop 218 here.
I make a motion that we move forward with the Prop 218 process with, as this agenda item and presentation has stated, as well as the rates that have been shown.
We got to set a date too, right?
Hmm?
And we have to set a date too.
What was it, December 18th?
December
12th, December 12th.
All right, we have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Thank you, thank you.
Do you want to take a?
You know, I think we haven't been going, it's been 2.5 hours. I think since we have a consultant here, let's just, if the council's no objection from the council, let's just take this next item. It was previously item C from consent, and get through this, and then maybe we'll take a break after that. No objections?
I'm gonna sneak out just for
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. All right, let's go forward with consideration of the professional services agreement with True Point Solutions.
Director Gonzalez will be presenting.
I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. So, Mayor, members of City Council, you are considering a professional services agreement this evening, which is a little bit unusual to bring forward a formal presentation, but looking at this and the complexity as well, ramifications, I thought it would be worth our while to spend a little time on this. This is a collaborative effort with the Planning Department, Information Technology, Public Works, our Finance, as well as our City Attorney, who participated in drafting many of the contracts that are included in this report. Again, this program is actually in response to state mandates. Senate Bill 379, Residential Solar Energy Systems, was authored by Scott Wiener. That particular program, AB 379, requires cities to adopt an automated online permitting system for residential solar energy. The city was awarded a reimbursable implementation grant of $40,000 by the California Energy Commission, and that grant monies will actually supplement the cost of the next law, AB 2234, the post-entitlement phase permits, and we will be focusing the rest of the presentation on AB 2234. Just wanted to also point out that the sponsors of both of these bills included the San Francisco Bay Area Planning and Urban Research Association, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and the San Francisco Housing Coalition. So the post-entitlement phase permits is a new government law designed to address perceived delays by public agencies by establishing specific time limits or a shot clock for completing reviews and determining whether an application is complete or compliant. So the post-entitlement really refers to plan check review. So that's the focus here. It applies not only for housing development projects, but it also applies to single-family homes. It does not apply to discretionary or ministerial applications, such as conditional use permits, variances, or design review permits. So the provisions of AB 2234 require cities and counties to develop an online comprehensive application, and also to provide examples, complete sets online of what a complete requirement application looks like. And that has to be done for 5 housing development types. So far, staff has completed those 2 efforts you see in the checked boxes. We are now focusing on that 3rd component, creating the electronic permitting platform, and that will allow the applicants to apply, complete, and retrieve their post-entitled permits online. Currently, the city utilizes Encode 9 software through Tyler Technologies to issue over-the-counter permits. And this program is outdated, does not provide online service capabilities, and Encode 9 is no longer supported by the current vendor, Tyler Technologies. So a new electronic online permitting platform will offer a number of key benefits. Concurrent plan check review, which will result in faster turnaround time because the different departments or our vendors, such as Wilden, will be reviewing an application concurrently. And the customer will also have access to that same portal so they can check where in the phase of plan check review and which department has reviewed it and provided comments, and those comments will be identified online as they are completed. Staff also desires to expand the city's online services by completing, including planning entitlements, business licenses, as well as code enforcement. So that will all be included within the electronic permitting platform. So for staff, we began looking and interviewing companies beginning in December 2021. It's been a 7-month effort. We interviewed 8 companies. Some of them were not apples to apples comparisons, and we elevated the top 3 that are highlighted in red. The evaluation team consisted of planning, finance, IT, and public works, and the vendors were evaluated on expertise and experience in developing, implementing, and maintaining community development management software. The software is expected to manage land use, permitting, project case management, code enforcement, and business licensing. And the firms were expected to provide a conceptual scope of work, cost estimate, and implementation timeline. So staff is recommending TruePoint Solutions, Acela. They were determined to be the best qualifying firm. And some of the key features that will allow staff to independently manage and update the portal content is more of an intuitive content management. It will also improve the processing of planning entitlements, concurrent plan check review, and plan check tracking by the customer, allowing for more transparency and also faster turnaround time for the customer to ultimately attain a building permit. Other features include access to the portal by handheld devices such as Android and iOS smartphones. This particular slide shows the expenditures for each year. At 3-year, the column identifying the 3-year total is at $284,633. I wanted to also focus on year 1. That's what we will be funding this year, which is TruePoint. It's a one-time implementation at $154,482. They are paired with DigiPlan, which provides the plan check review software. So we will, staff, vendors, public works will be able to go online, access that portal, and actually do plan check online with markups directly to the plans, digital plans. The total for the TruePoint and DigiPlan is $163,680. Now, as you do see, yes, DigiPlan, you do see an escalation each year. It represents a 3% increase each year thereafter. Acela is $23,205 for year 1 implementation. Total year 3 implementation is $101,717. And you do note a year 2 increase, significant increase. And what we did was year 2 increase is a little bit higher than going from 2 to 3. But what we did was increase year 2 to be able to reduce the cost for the implementation of that software in year 1. Total expenditure year 1 to date will be $186,885. We also received a $40,000 reimbursable grant, as I mentioned, from the California Energy Commission. That grant will supplement the cost of the online permitting platform. Acela is also able to implement the Solar App Plus, so they're already online to do that. We also did budget for this during our capital budgets fiscal year 23-24 for $250,000, which also accounted for the $40,000 grant. And that $40,000 grant will cover cost for Acela, the software subscription costs for year 1 and a portion of year 2 expenditures. So the alternatives before the council this evening is to direct the city manager to authorize the professional services agreement in to not to exceed $284,000 with TruePoint Solutions and Acela. Council can also continue consideration and direct staff to analyze other bids received providing similar services or provide staff with alternative direction. It is a long recommendation. I'll try to summarize that. Staff is recommending that the City Council review and approve the 3-year professional services agreement with TruePoint Solutions and Acela, an amount not to exceed $284,633.61. Authorize the city manager to execute the first-year expenditures for software subscription with Acela and implementation services with TruePoint Solutions, not to exceed $186,885. Authorize the city manager to execute any other documents related to this agreement, and direct staff to forward a contract renewal for years 2 and 3 at month 10 of contract year 1. This does conclude my presentation. I just also want to point out that I'm joined by an Acela representative, Tyler Stankina, who is also available here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Do we have any questions for Director Gonzalez?
Yes, Director
Please.
Gonzalez. So you laid out at the beginning the impetus for this being, changes in state law. I assume that those state laws also have time frames, and I see that you've indicated that that's by county. Are we sort of swept into the county obligation, even though obviously Sierra Madre itself is going to do the implementation, and we're obviously much smaller than 75,000? So are these dates the target dates for implementation?
These are the target dates for implementation, January 1st, 2024. And it is applied, since we are in Los Angeles County, we fall within that range.
And based on this proposal, if we were to accept staff recommendation, we would be on that time frame?
We will exceed that time frame. I wanted to have this contract in place January 1st, giving us time to implement and become effective on January 1st, 2024. I believe we're going to exceed that. There is that provision that if we are still in the process of implementing, we still have to take projects online via PDF and route those. So we're doing some of that already. So we will probably be 6 months out from the target date issued by the state.
And perhaps this is a question for the city attorney. Do we anticipate any meaningful enforcement or liability based on failing to meet the deadline, or is it similar to other, do we think it's going to be similar to other state mandates where they really want us to do it, but there's not a lot of appetite for punishing cities, especially if they're going through the process?
There isn't a penalty provision in the bill that made this law, so I don't think there's going to be strong enforcement by the state. And I'll say that we're ahead of the game when it comes to creating an online platform for post-entitlement permits. A lot of cities are just getting around to doing what Director Gonzalez has placed before you.
Thank you.
So we're in a county with a population greater than 75,000. Are we getting any assistance from the county to implement this? I mean, we've got this $40,000 grant, but Is there anything help from the county for small cities to try to get over the finish line on this?
I have not come across that, but as we had received in terms of grant opportunities, one of the things that staff wants to do is reach out to the state to see if they could reimburse us for some of these expenditures.
Now, you mentioned that we got $40,000 to implement some part of this, particularly around the solar. Can you tell me a little bit about that, kind of how we got that money, and like, did every city get it, and what was the process?
You would have to apply for a grant to be able to receive that. It was offered universally to cities in California. Claire Lynn spearheaded that effort and was able to receive that grant.
Kudos to Ms. Lynn for being on top of that and saving us some money, and so that's appreciated. So can you tell us a little bit more? So you had the slide on the key benefits, faster turnaround, customer access to the portal. Can you tell us a little bit about the customer access to the portal and some of the tools and resources, some of the things that you see this new system will be able to do that we weren't able to do in the past? I think you've talked some of this conceptually at previous meetings, but it'd be good to kind of summarize it here so that I remember what it is.
So essentially, in terms of the benefits to the customer, if they sign up and to be able to access that portal, then they'll be able to log on, be able to see the different departments or consultants reviewing the application, and also any comments that would be noted on a digital plan or written comments. They would be able to see those as those are completed by each department or consultant. So they'll know exactly where their project is in terms of the process and how it's being tracked.
And is there anything for the broader community to know where projects are in the town? Is there something that lists kind of the projects that are undergoing, or is this just for residents that are applying for permits with the building department?
It's really intended for the applicant or customer who's applying for an application to be able to review that information. If you also recall, we do have a mapping system where we do track all of our projects in town, and people would be able to go onto the website and see exactly the projects, how they're dispersed throughout the city, click on a particular field and see exactly what that content is showing.
And does that need to be integrated with this new system?
That would be another module, possibly a question for Tyler to be able to respond to that if they've used that process for other cities.
So now I'm a little confused. So Tyler is the current vendor that we've.
Tyler, our consultant.
Oh, for Tyler. Okay. Okay.
Acela. Tyler, yes. It's
Acela. Tyler from Acela versus, because it was Tyler Software.
There's
that was
Tyler Software, yes.
Oh, confusing.
All right. Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Just because if we're sunsetting Tyler Software, that's where we've got the portal where people can see where projects are.
Right.
So we may not be able to. So we do not know right now whether or not we'll be able to see that. So that I'd be curious to know.
Other than our internal city website that Associate Planner Wolf created, that you can go in and log in, and that's completely independent. So anybody in the city would be able to see and track projects. They would not be able to, and I don't know if it would be really worth their while to see what the plan check comments would be on any given parcel.
I mean, that's not necessary. So you there's two. I'm hearing two paths here. One is the system that Associate Planner Wolf created, which was very impressive on all of the projects going in town, and that could be independently maintained, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
And there's a potential that this new software could enhance support that going forward.
Right.
So okay, then we don't need to waste other people's time. It's a long meeting. I'm glad to hear that this is going to be a benefit across the board.
Any other questions from council?
I had a couple questions. Sorry, I was trying to pay attention to that for a second, but I also had a question about that process. I mean, we do have him here today, and I think that is something that has been really implemented in lately was people wanting to log on to our websites to see what's happening in the city and what process is happening, especially with all the different projects that are happening, especially at Top of One Carter and other locations. And instead of using Facebook to answer their questions, I think it would be great to have it on our city website since we're updating those processes. Is it possible to integrate the systems that we had prior with a better online service on our websites then? Would Excella have that? Is that part of the package, do you know?
It's part of the planning component for planning entitlements, code enforcement business license. We probably could have a module that is also live on the Excella software.
And then what other cities are using the same platform? Is it, so what I'm thinking is when builders come, is it the same procedures and the same software that their platforms that they're used to seeing, and versus like totally different systems where now contractors all of a sudden have to learn different systems?
That could always be a possibility. However, South Pasadena just went live with Excella fairly recently, like a month or two ago.
Thank you.
And go ahead.
And this seems like it makes it much more streamlined and quicker, not just quicker, but also more convenient. And we just did fee studies, and we looked at how much it costs our city staff to do a lot of this. Now, if we're doing a lot of printing and handing in things, and this seems like it would really benefit our city also in reducing the costs that we pay humans as well as time to do this process. Is that part of what we see also using the online?
That's certainly, if you recall, you saw a slide that I even showed in the town hall meeting that was sponsored, and what our big plan rack, one of our plan racks looks like with very large rolls of plans. So that is the goal. That will go away and it'll become electronic.
And I think that was it. Thank you so much.
A few questions. I think this is my first time seeing this state unfunded mandate touch 5 departments. I tried to read through everything as diligently as I could, especially the True Point document that was both letterheaded with both True Point and Excella. Is there a component? I was trying to wrap my head around the cost. Is there a component of hardware, or is this mainly our existing hardware with the software bridge and onboarding staff and training and figuring out our processes?
One of the reasons why we try to reduce year one expenditures that you saw in
Slide
table.
8. Slide 8, I think.
Yeah. And essentially was to account for hardware costs. So the $250,000, which included the $40,000 grant, there's going to be some additional monies left over. We plan on using that to upgrade some of the equipment for some of the users in the department.
Okay, so that's already planned and budgeted within this schedule. Okay, good. So also, let's say 4 years from now, right, this mandate's still going on. What happens in year 4? Is it likely that we'll have to approve another contract, but that contract is really just kind of to maintain what we have, or are we going to see another year 1 large charge?
No, the year 1 charge, one-time charge, only for implementation through True Point Solutions. What we will see, as you saw in the other tables, or within the same table, other columns, is the annual subscription costs.
So I know we were with Tyler for a long time, it sounds like.
Right.
Is there, let's say there's a competitor and they're way better, would we, not that there is or we would, but I'm just trying to have a little foresight here, and just, what kind of cost, would we have to have another implementation cost if we went with another vendor?
So hopefully we wouldn't have to go through another representative, but the way we structured the City Council recommendation number 4 is to review that. What we didn't want to do is begin an implementation and then find out that it doesn't work, and we paid a full 3-year contract. What we're doing is paying the first year contract, seeing how this is working, and if we're going to move forward with year 2 and 3.
Thank you. Another question kind of regarding our costs as a city. As you know, if you look at the warrants, we do pay a lot to Wildan for all types of services, and one of them being plan check. And this is supposed to streamline and speed up the plan check process. And I think you said in your presentation, Wildan would be the ones logging on and looking at this. Is there a possibility that this could lower our monthly cost or annual cost with plan check, or is it expected to stay the same?
I think for plan check purposes, we'll still hold similar costs, but in terms of actually having people sit here in the planning department a couple of days a week, we have a plans examiner and a building official. Maybe all of that just gets farmed out electronically, so there's no need to have somebody physically here, unless we still want to have customer service interface with our building official and another plans examiner.
Okay, and then last, kind of bouncing off Councilmember Lowe's comment about maybe a cost savings, maybe on paper storage, but I don't think to the tune of $50,000 a year. I'm not sure that we're going to experience that. So is there, maybe this is a question for the city attorney, as we're thinking about our fees are recovery based, as we look at new fee schedules in the future, or even amend the current fee schedule if we could that annual ongoing cost be kind of structured into our fee schedule?
Well, it has to be. That's exactly where it has to come from, because if you submit a claim to the Commission on State Mandates, they're going to say, well, you can recover it through the fees you charge to developers when they apply for permits. So I suspect you'll see a spike in the cost of permit applications. Hopefully they'll get faster responses though. So pros and cons.
Okay, and is there any, I guess, true point is different, but I was just wondering if there's any help in understanding an allocation of the cost and how, because they go to different things within our fee schedule. But it'd be nice to have some type of understanding of the allocation of costs, so then we can then take that when we look at our fee schedule coming up to make sure that this unfunded mandate is then at least funded by the people that are using the system. So that's kind of my question and hope to the future.
Yes, and we did have that conversation with our finance director, and we're looking at a path forward to be able to do that.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Can I follow up on
please
one of the questions you asked? So you it sounds like that this is something that, in some ways would be good, is that it can be done from anywhere, so the people don't have to come in here. But then we kind of lose two things in my mind. One, we lose some of the integration with our team, like kind of knowing what's going on potentially, and maybe there's ways to deal with that. But if you're not physically here, you kind of, this could be farmed out potentially anywhere, right? Not that Wildan would, but it could be farmed out anywhere. And so then our staff isn't talking with their staff, so they don't know what's going on. And we don't have, and if people come in and are asking about the status of their plan, they won't be able to talk to a Wildan person or a plan check person on the status. So I think our residents really value, one of the things that's really valuable about Sierra Madre is you can walk into City Hall just about any time and talk to a person about something. So how, as staff, will we continue to provide the same amount of, and hold on, before I get to the question, the other part that I forgot is, then they'll say, and you've outsourced it all, and it's costing me more. So it's like we have no one here to talk to, it's costing me more, and I've got a lower quality of service. Those are the potential arguments I could see against this. What have you done to kind of think through that and address those concerns and continue to have, because in some ways there's a lot of benefits to this, but I could see there's some frustration, especially as we all come up to learning speed on how this is implemented.
Yes, that's a good question, Councilmember Parkhurst. That's something that we're going to have to deliberate upon internally and see if we still want to have a plan checks examiner in the office 2 days a week, and same thing with the building official. So on those days that they are here, especially when the building official is here, our counter is very busy. Everybody has that interaction directly and get answers directly. So we can still provide that service. The plan check review that is more detailed will certainly go out to Wildan, but you also have to remember we have another contractor, our structural engineer, and he usually doesn't meet with people at the counter. He comes in, picks up the plans, goes back to his home, plan checks, drops them off, logs in. If he has questions, he reaches out directly to their consultant or engineer who prepared those plans. So a lot of times the interaction with a property owner would not occur with our structural engineer, but it could occur with our Wildan consultants.
Well, and how much of the interaction is seeking the kinds of information that they would then be able to access directly online, right? I mean, I suspect a lot of what it is what's going on, what's the status, what are you saying about my property, and those are the kinds of things that they could actually check without having to come in, right?
That's the intent of trying to expedite the permitting process, so it's all reviewed concurrently. Anyone who accesses that portal, the applicant or property owner or the consultant, architect, engineer, can go ahead and log in, see it in real time, so they can be prepared to resubmit if needed.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. That's it? Questions? All right. Let's open it up to the public. Do we have any comment cards?
Mr. Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to council for deliberation discussion. Not much we can do, right?
No. I think,
So-
go ahead.
But no, please.
I think with all the changes too that we've been seeing with streamlining, both with not even just the building, but even with like charging stations and with I'm tired with energy sources and such, and now with building and ADUs and the new schedules that are coming down from the state levels. It almost seems like this I can understand the need for this, but I think that I appreciate your pre-thinking about what our problems could be, especially because not everybody is technologically savvy. So what do we do if there's that learning curve where, and I don't know if that every city is, they'll have to go online, but what if you do we have to provide that customer service to people that don't know how to submit their plans? We might have to have these staffing there to help people understand how to submit plans in this new way versus the old-fashioned way.
So I'll follow up on that and kind of bridge it to what my questions were. So, we have to do this. It's clear, so it's an unfunded mandate, we're gonna go forward. My thought in moving this forward would be to say that, so I would, if I were to make a motion on this, and I'm doing this for discussion rather than actual making a motion, but to say something like, move to have this go forward, but with a check-in just before launch to see where we are, and then maybe 5 or 6 months afterwards. So maybe, in an October, November meeting, so that we can have a check-in on how did it go, how are we doing, give a chance for the public to provide some more comment on it, and then after it's been implemented for a couple of months, see what the feedback is that we've got it, so that we address all the issues, the issues I raised, plus the issues that Councilmember Lowe raised, so we're making sure that we're continuing to serve our residents.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Are you suggesting this process to better end up with a successful implementation, or are you suggesting something different with respect to the contract? Because if we enter into this contract, we're not going to have a situation with the vendors where 5, 6, whatever, whatever time frame you're talking about, we're going to be able to modify the contract. I mean, obviously, we can provide the vendor's feedback as part of the implementation, and I'm sure that's what would happen anyway, but I just want to clarify the scope of what you're saying, because they're two sort of very different things.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking from a bigger picture and from a customer impact perspective. So maybe it doesn't make sense to check in the June timeframe, but the idea in the June is, are we going to be able to deploy this? This is a big system. It's a complicated system. As the mayor said, it hits 5 departments. To me, it's not saying that we shouldn't or can't go forward with it. It's just to say, are we ready? So that's step 1 in my mind. And then step 2 is, what's the impact on the residents? And it's not saying that we wouldn't use the system. It's the wraparound services that would be there. It was the question that Planning Director Gonzalez answered was, well, maybe we'll have a Wildan person here, or maybe we won't. It's answering those questions of what is serving our residents well. I mean, maybe the questions that we're getting to Councilmember Lowe's point is, they were just checking on status, so they're not coming in, and the plan desk is a lot quieter. Great, we don't have to have Wildan coming in. It's just to making sure that we're hearing what, we're getting a full report of what's happening here at City Hall.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I would think that we would give some time after implementation to figure out what types of applicants are being affected, right? Because only certain types of applications are going to be susceptible to this system, right? Like if it's a ministerial, like if you're putting in a fence, or and you're within the realm of our code, like you don't actually, it's a ministerial permit, there's not much discretion, that wouldn't go through the system, which I suspect probably gets to your point. A lot of people who do that are probably the homeowners. If you're doing something to your house that requires a level of plans, you're probably having a contractor or a consultant that is going to be the interface, and they're probably the ones that are going to be more technologically, well, hopefully, more technologically savvy, or, understanding that that's going to have to be part of their business going forward. But yeah, I think that's a really good point, because if we are seeing a lot of individual homeowners getting caught up in this and being frustrated by it, then yeah, that would change kind of how we present it in those wraparound services that you mentioned.
So if I can get this straight, you're proposing that we go ahead with the first year of the contract and kind of revisit this in 5 or 6 months and kind of take the temperature of how it's working, and that would inform our decision on whether or not we go into the second year of the contract.
No, it's not. Thank you for that question, and that's not exactly what I'm thinking. So the first is, I'm fine, because if we have to change the whole contract after year 2 or after year 1, that's a broader discussion. I'm more thinking of at June, what have we done to prepare for implementation? Communications plan, staff training, all of that. Is the IT infrastructure all there? So that's one. And then 2, how is it affecting our residents, and do we need additional services to support them in it?
So you're really not talking about the contract, y'all. You're talking about what we can do to help it make it go smoothly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And so I admit it's tangential, but I think that
I think you're right.
I think it's important on the. I'm thinking of the user experience of this.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, yeah, it really goes to Director Gonzalez and then to our city manager at that point. But we are just sitting here to set policy forward, and the policy is kind of the wraparound of this contract. So I see how it's within the scope of this contract. Yes.
Procedurally, would it make sense to consider something along the lines of what the recommendations are within the council options, and then perhaps create as a future agenda item some sort of implementation report out, or session, similar to what we're doing with the library, maybe not obviously as frequent, but sort of have sort of a agenda item where we at some point we hear a report back on the implementation strategy and plan.
I'm comfortable with that.
I think that's a great idea, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for that. Any other discussion? We have a few alternatives in front of us tonight. First one being authorizing the city manager to execute this contract. Next being consideration to direct staff to analyze other bids And then finally, provide staff with an alternate direction.
I mean, I'll just say, position-wise, I fully trust a subcommittee of five-ish departments of our city, having spent this much time reviewing this many bids. I mean, I have no interest in second-guessing that and opening up other bids, and I have no expertise in evaluating them. So, I'm in favor of moving forward on the recommendation.
Is that a motion?
No, it's just my recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, I can, if unless folks want to usually go around.
Yeah, we do. But I think, yeah, I'm on the same page. Absolutely.
Me too.
Me too.
Straw poll, huh?
Yeah, just our normal.
How you feeling?
I'm good. Yeah.
All right, so, I recommend that I make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the True Point professional services agreement, and with both True Point Solutions, and approve the Acela license in the amounts not to exceed as mentioned in the recommendation, and authorize the city manager to execute any other documents related to the agreements, and then looking to staff to bring forth the contract renewals for subsequent years, no later than the 10th month of this first contract year.
Thank you. So we have a motion. We do have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
She did it.
That was low. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We have two more items for discussion. I would recommend, we've been here for nearly 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 8:50. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. It's now, you see on my watch, 8:53. 13-minute break. All right, moving along on the agenda. Let's see. I think we'll hit that other consent item, item B. Consideration of approval to purchase and implement body-worn and in-car cameras on police department personnel and equipment. If there are no objections from the council, move forward with that item. All right. Chief, you're already there. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and City Council. We're here to discuss and present the proposed upgrade, purchase, and implementation of body-worn cameras and in-car cameras, specifically Axon cameras. So currently the Sierra Madre Police Department has two different recording devices that we utilize. One being the, I'm going to call it the MAV, which is mobile audio and visual, which is Digital Alley, it's called. We've had MAV for about 14, 15 years in our vehicles. We have 8 patrol vehicles. Of those 8, we only have 3 that are operable, and that's that actually work from time to time. So if they're having a good day, they work. They're outdated and obsolete. They no longer have parts for them. Actually, when we talk to our other counterparts or other police departments, they're actually surprised that we're still on Digital Alley. As far as our Pumas, that's basically a small digital recorder is all it is. We've had those for about 13 or 15 years here in Sierra Madre. We're at version 4. They are outdated and unreliable, so you never know when they're on or off. Some of them are falling apart. We're putting tape to keep the batteries inside, etc. Both are at a cost, so they cost us about $10,000 a year each to maintain. So it's about a $20,000 charge for MAV, 10 each, and Puma. That said, getting into the necessity and the purpose of body-worn cameras and in-car cameras. Bottom line is it's to improve the civility of police and citizen contacts. It is improve professionalism, enhance public perception, accountability, transparency, and legitimacy. So police officers, community stakeholders, and the criminal justice system, specifically the district attorney's office, basically emphasize that body-worn cameras and in-car cameras are the standard now in the law enforcement profession. If it ain't on video, it never occurred. That's the bottom line. That's where we're at. So what we did in Sierra Madre, we did a comprehensive assessment of body-worn cameras and I'm going to call it ICC, in-car camera, for our department, which included field testing of cameras for a period of time phase. We tested 3 different companies. Body-worn, which was the most expensive, just not suitable for the department. It was mostly a cell phone with a lot of moving parts and just was not suitable for our department. They were the most expensive. Second was lens lock. They're at a price of about $193,000 for a 5-year period. They gave us a quote based on both in-car camera and body-worn cameras together. So they're all in one quote, so they didn't separate it. They're about $193,000. I could break it down a little more as we go a little further. And then Axon, which was the one of our choice. They were right in the middle. They're about $245,000 over a 5-year period. So what did we do in our comprehensive analysis? We solicited input from the Sierra Madre police officers, input from surrounding agency police officers, input from all the San Gabriel chiefs. Just so you know, Axon holds 80% of the market in the San Gabriel Valley currently, and they also hold 80% of the market in the world. That said, input from police product vendors, the 3 vendors that we got. Then we got input from our IT department. Christian's here if there's any IT questions. I'm not IT savvy. And then the comprehensive analysis concluded that Axon was the most suitable and reliable, sustainable for Sierra Madre. So we said, why Axon? They're the lead in the market. That's the bottom. They're suitable, durable, sustainable, reliable, and functional. They are a plug-and-play camera system. So it's you know, as far as cost, I can give you all a breakdown. So for body cameras, the hardware is about $79,000 over a 5-year period. What that $79,000 includes is a replacement of cameras with more updated version at no additional cost in the 2.5-year mark. That's at a price at about $15,889.34 per year. The software services are about $72,985 over a 5-year period, which estimates to about $14,597. So at a cost at about $30,000 for body-worn cameras only a year. And they break it down, it's about $30,000 per year for the body-worn cameras over a 5-year period. As far as fleet, which is our vehicles, the hardware is about $42,000 over a 5-year period. Basically, we would have the latest and greatest when it comes down to in-car cameras. 1 year, it's about $8,424.02, and then software services are about $48,000 over a 5-year period, and for the 1 year is about $9,700. So in total, it's about $18,160 for in-car cameras per year. So a total about $48,000 minus the $20,000 that we're currently spending on Puma and the digital alley. So it's about a $28,000 difference a year. As far as monies, I know we have some money that was donated, a donation fund that we got, right? Oh no, she's not here, Hillary. It's about $36,000 that we have in that fund. In addition, we funded about $40,000 in our budget, so a total of about $76,000. So we're under budget to implement it. Any questions?
Any questions for the chief?
Just a couple things. Just to clarify, the staff report actually shows the Axion contract as the highest. But I don't know if that was just a mistake in the presentation or in the report.
No, so we didn't get an estimate from Body Worn. They're the most expensive in the industry. However, they were just not suitable. Their equipment was not suitable for this department. It's much more suitable for a much larger department. Axon came out at $245. In the attachments, there was the estimates from LensLock, which was at about $192,248 for the 5-year period.
So Pilium is not body worn, because we have a Pilion corporation in here as well.
I think that is body worn.
I don't know anything about. Do you know? Okay.
So, yeah, so Pilion is the parent company for Body Worn.
Okay, sorry.
Just like the chief said, when we tested the equipment, their equipment for our needs was not suitable at all. They had a lot of bells and whistles, they had a lot of nice things, but when you come down to the practicality side of how this works in the profession that we do, it just didn't suit our needs. So they were quickly eliminated. So.
And in terms of the sort of cost analysis, this isn't really a personal service contract, but it's also not really a bid. So I mean, I assume this is not something we're bound to go lowest bid, right?
We are not bound to go to lowest bid for this.
Thank you for that question. It was in my mind.
Can you expand on the that Body Worn wasn't suitable for our needs? Like, what isn't suitable about it? What is it? You said it has lots of bells and whistles, but what isn't suitable?
So they had it was basically a cell phone that was twofold. You could use as a cell phone, or you could use it as a body-worn camera. You had to physically attach it or insert it into a vest. It also had a watch, correct? Henry would know a lot more. It was,
So to answer the question, Axon and LensLock, the equipment is typically the same. It is a central box or a box that you carry around your chest. You can activate it by tapping on the button on the box. With the body worn, as the chief said, it was a cell phone based system. You had to wear a watch type device to activate the cell phone, and that became a additional step that you had to take into place of if I have something going on and I now have to find my wrist to find the watch to make sure I hit the right button to activate the camera instead of just going to my chest and tapping on my chest and activating the camera that way. There were some things across the board with all companies that worked well. The camera synced with the cars, so if the car camera activated, the body camera activated. Those were similarly the same, but when it came down to the actual equipment carried on the officers, that became the issue. The other one was actually with the camera, as the chief said, you would have to alter your uniform. So you'll have to put a eyepiece right in the middle of your shirt, and there's a pocket for the cell phone. Some of our officers wear external vests, so now they have this pretty much a Max Pro like one of the most biggest cell phones is sitting right in the middle of your chest, attached to the outside of your equipment. So it just practicality, it didn't work correctly. So.
Thank you. And when we looked at the companies as far as like sustainability, Axon has been in business for about 30 years. LensLock's been in business about 10. So they've been proven reliable, plug and play, 80% of the market specifically in San Gabriel Valley.
And I assume we're focusing a little bit more on body worn, I would assume for two reasons. One, because obviously we're concerned about the safety and comfort of our officers, but also I would assume given the nature of our population and the nature of our interactions, we probably have more officer citizen contact on a personal level versus in the car, or is that not a correct assumption?
No, we both. We have citizen contact while in the vehicle and outside of the vehicle. We already have a policy written up in the event that we move forward with body-worn cameras, where it will delineate exactly when that camera should be turned on or off. And it's mostly, I would say, with all contacts. Unless, of course, you're having coffee with a cop or you run into somebody at Starbucks and you have a small conversation. The moment it becomes an issue or concern or rising to the level of crime, you're required to turn it on.
I have a couple questions, but do you have some?
My question was, so you said the current products we have now, do they have the capabilities of being loaded? Do we have the cameras, or is it just the voice recording?
So all we have is voice recording with the Puma Digital. Yes, and they do get uploaded.
But we don't
However,
have
we do run into problems where some of them, all of our contacts, it's a shall or you should turn on, but over and over again, it's been proven that it doesn't work. If you move in any fashion, it triggers that button, it turns off. We've had a lot of issues with Puma.
And I know, like with fire department, you have to have comparable department equipment and such to work with the cities nearby. Has that been an issue with the cities that we work with, say Pasadena and Arcadia, if we're able to assist them, but we can't record what we're really doing digitally like they are? Like
I think
video.
to show transparency all the way around, that we are being professional, that we're doing the right thing. it's a standard now across the nation. You know, police agencies should be equipped for risk management concerns with body-worn cameras and in-car cameras. Our cameras that we have now are just very poor quality. And like I said, even with a traffic stop, if it's not on camera, it never happened.
Councilmember Goss, do you have any questions?
No.
I've got one more.
Sure.
So you said that it's been 14 or 15 years that we've had these cameras. Why are you coming now? Like, why, like, I'm trying not to say this in a judgmental way, but like, we want to support the police department. We want to help. 5 years ago or 7 years ago, I don't know if, I can't speak for a previous council, but I hope we don't go 14 or 15 years in the future if things aren't working. If things aren't recording or things like that, please let us know. We want to support you on this. And so this is, I guess it's, let me go back, and because we're in the questioning point, is why has it been 14, 15 years before we did it?
So why, I don't know. I don't know if it's been brought up in the past, but I can say since I've been here, this is the direction we should go as an organization, as a department. It's just the way to go.
Completely agree.
So I believe that Axon, just based on their reputation and the service they provide, we'll be renewing with them moving forward.
So this might be a question for Christian, but you know, as I'm reading the invoicing or the itemization of payment details, one thing is, are we leasing these, or are we owning them?
So you purchase them. So it's really weird because I just got off the phone with Axon earlier today. So in the first payment, which is about $30,000 for the body-worn cameras, you're actually purchasing the hardware or the equipment up front, and then they kind of split up the payments throughout the.
So it's a financing. They finance it for you. Okay.
Yes. However, it includes the replacement at the 2.5-year mark to replace them with the newer version of.
Regardless, even if they're functioning well, they'll replace.
Correct.
Okay.
With a newer version, correct.
Okay. So I know this part is probably for Christian. You know, as I'm reading the details, I do see under the fleet area, there's unlimited storage. The Cradle Point looks like it says something about NetCloud. I just want to have an understanding of, are we also within this contract paying for storage and access to the videos? And will they be housed on our servers, or are these going to be housed on servers outside? And if they're outside, are they the company able to access them, or only we can access them and it's protected? I just kind of want an understanding of protection of our property and videos, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor and City Council. Yes, the data will live in the cloud now. We are going to move away from hosting any of that video internally. So as to include the savings from the licensing that we're getting rid of in Digital Ally and Puma, we're also going to see savings from an IT standpoint, where we're not going to have to maintain the current servers that we have now. It is very data intensive, and it takes a lot of hard drives. And because of the age of the system, we do have to replace hard drives very often. And those hard drives run about $1,000 a piece. So we're going to see definitely savings in terms of maintenance and operations from an IT standpoint. And in terms of the system in the cloud and the access, Axon's fully DOJ compliant, which was something that was important to the department and to IT. They do have access, but it's low level, more like a monitoring, just to make sure that the data is still correct and error-free. They wouldn't be able to see the videos unless we asked them to or specifically gave them permission. So it's completely DOJ compliant and within CJIS compliance as well.
That's great, thank you. I think City Attorney had a comment.
A question. I did review the contract, but it just occurred to me, do they have a retention schedule for these videos, or do they just delete them, or do they keep them forever? Do we know?
That's customizable based on what we request from them. I do believe they have a hard limit at a certain point. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but if, for example, the department wanted to look at
indefinite, then that's something we could ask them. Or if we wanted it to match, internal existing retention schedules, then we can also do that.
I think this is in the realm, and I'm not sure who's the right person to answer. Whose liability is it for cybersecurity?
The data that's hosted on their servers, it would be them. They would be responsible for maintaining the security. We're fairly confident that they wouldn't have an issue with that. They're on government cloud, so they have already more security practices in place than most people do. So,
and higher interest video probably.
Yeah.
And to kind of follow up on this line of questions, our staff would be able to access the cloud, and as far as their integration and system, it's easily searchable by an officer and/or time and all those things. Or
so, I have experience with Axon for over 20 years, so it's very easy, accessible. I'm not familiar with the new in-car camera system. I did go see one today. It's seamless. It's all in one. It'll show your partners, yourselves, and the camera. It has like a 360 rear, front, side, inside the car when you have an arrestee, etc. And it'll show it all in one screen simultaneously. It's kind of unique the way it works. It's really advanced from when I last used it, and I just left February. So the in-car camera is something that's been implemented with the larger agencies. One of the great things too that they have is evidence.com. They're the lead on it. That's what the district attorneys currently utilize to file cases. So for example, I respond to your call, hypothetically, there's a CAT event attached to it. I have to tap on, roll the video. There's no way anybody can erase it. You can't delete it, period. The officer will only have access to his own camera. Only supervisors will have access to review other cameras. So let's say you had a bear intrusion, right? CAT event, it doesn't require a report because it's not a crime, right? We're gonna document in our CAT event, we put, male bear, female bear, entered residence through door, and we make a full CAT event. I give you the CAT event number. You can go from your house or on your phone from evidence.com, and upload any videos, pictures that you have, and it'll link up immediately or sync up with the body recording. So let's say you had a criminal case. The district attorney has access to all evidence.com. So they'll go based upon the CAT event or the report number, and the district attorney will have access to pull all videos, photos, anything attached and uploaded by the citizens.
So yeah, I want to make sure I heard that right. The citizens now have an ability to upload their Nest Cam footage or their photographs they took or
anything
to that event.
It's
Wow.
included in this. It's evidence.com. It's what all the district attorneys are using. It's got the greatest platform. Not to throw other companies under the bus, but they haven't excelled in that area.
And as far as the hardware and the accessories, that's all included, or are we gonna have to accessorize our?
That's all included. They actually included for free 3 additional. They have these new cameras that are coming out for like SWAT teams that attach to your helmet. So they also included 3 for free. They're not out yet. They get them in November, and we'll be one of the first to get them.
As far as like the dash docks and all those things, it's all okay. Great.
Fully functional.
Good to hear.
If implemented, we could have it up and starting probably by November 1st.
Any other?
Yes. So, how is the data uploaded?
So you go to evidence.com.
No, I'm sorry. The body cam and the car cam, how is that uploaded to the cloud?
So it's all synced to the body-worn camera. So you're going to have docking stations. So each docking station is specific to a certain officer.
Okay, so when
you
they come
dock
back,
it every day.
So when you come back, so you plug in the car, and then it's going to sync the dash cam, and then you take the body cam and you're going to put it in a charging station, and then it charges and syncs it to the cloud.
correct. However, with Axon, you could actually, if you have the app on your phone, you could immediately review it at scene with Axon. So let's say you had a use of force where there was a gray area of excessive force or an injury. Well, at scene, not loaded on the loading dock, I can review it in a cell phone or on a cell phone.
To the camera or from the cloud?
From the camera. It'll sync to the phone, the app.
Sync to the phone. Okay. Where my mind was going is that if it's trying to sync in the field, in this city, we've got plenty of dead zones, and so I just was trying to think through, like, are we going to have records that will have issues, corruption, data corruption because it can't upload or anything like that? If it's doing it at the docking station, then that makes sense. So
based on my comprehensive just research with all of the local agencies, my own experience with it, Axon has always been plug and play. There has never been any issues or concerns that have come forth regarding this product whatsoever. There have been with the other two products, however, not with this vendor.
How have we had an increase, or do we have people requesting they see our video or recordings?
So yes, usually in most of our traffic stops, we have a traffic officer that is out there trying to keep our citizens safe, doing a lot of traffic enforcement. So yes, I think most citizens are under the assumption that we're carrying body-worn cameras. That's what all agencies carry. When we tell them we don't have it, luckily for our traffic officer, he's very good at recording it in a digital recorder. But it's exceeded its lifespan. They're obsolete, broken.
And I would assume it's not the industry standard, therefore it's hard to hold up with the DA, as you were saying before.
Yes. So now, like I've said, even with traffic court, if it's not recorded, it never happened. We lose the case, even with criminal cases. That's just a standard across the board. First thing they ask for is, you have audio-video recording. Just like our interviews, audio-video recorded. This has the ability also, you go in to interview a subject in the interview room, our body-worn cameras are going to be much better than the one we have. Tap on, and you're on. You're fully recorded.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any more questions? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Christian. Okay, let's open up to public comment. Do we have any comment cards? Emails?
Mr. Mayor, we have no emails received in the city clerk's office and no comment cards from the public.
Thank you. Back to council for discussion.
I was surprised that we didn't have any type of digital recording cameras as our industry standard, especially with when you look at the news all the time, or when you talk to other cities, even this week when we're talking about your relationship with, in collaboration with your police departments and your citizens, that we don't have the ability to record it and use it as evidence. I mean, it seems like that really holds us up to a lot of liability.
Potentially, yes.
True, but we have to remember I'm not making any excuses, I agree with you, but the government has not always been as financially well off as it is today. These are very high expenditures, and you sit on the council, you're voting for expenditures, practically every time we meet. And so,
well, I'm
priorities,
also
right? It really comes down to budgetary priorities. Just having officers in patrol cars was all we could do back in 2015.
Very true.
Very true.
And that's a really good point. And we're in a really good position now. So it's a good reminder of that. I would like to see a way, and maybe once again another agenda item, of making sure that we're funding the needs of our department. it's a little concerning. And again, this is not meant to be a judgment on anyone in the police department. It's a little concerning that we're 14, 15 years on this, and we're not replacing them. You know, even 4 years ago or 5 years ago, we were in a much better budgetary position, and you know, I'd like to encourage our departments to come forward with these things. I'm very proud that we've got the zero-based budgeting and that we're building things up from there. But you know, to many comments I've heard, this is a city liability issue, and I want to make sure that you know, we're serving our citizens well, keeping them safe, and make sure that we don't have other things like this that we don't know about that are out there.
Yeah, we just approved a master plan for the fire department, and I think it would take into consideration a lot of the infrastructure and needs. So I'm assuming or thinking that sometime in the near future, the PD is going to have a similar type of thing before us, right?
Mayor, PD's master plan was under my signing authority, so we've already initiated that process.
Already initiated it. Great. And that will answer a lot of those questions, I'm assuming, correct?
That's a good point.
Well, and I presume that part of this is the capital project prioritization that we've been doing, right? I mean, when you haven't done any capital, or I shouldn't say any, minimal capital improvement over many decades, it takes a while to get down the list, right? I mean, not that body cameras and vehicle cameras aren't important, but my guess is that they're less important than the cars themselves. You know, I mean, there was sort of a list of things that needed to be worked through, and I think, I mean, my sense of it is that we're now in kind of this phase, which are important but not essential for, you know, day-to-day functioning in a way that, you know, having cars and uniforms and weapons and, you know, kind of the basic stuff, and that was also a problem at some point. So I don't know, that's my sense of it, is that, you know, we give the opportunity to our department heads to present, you know, what their needs are, and then there's a prioritization of, you know, what do we need for essential functioning, and then what are sort of essential but not immediate, and which are nice to haves, and that's how things get prioritized.
And I hear that, and it makes perfect sense. But you know, we've had 2 years where we've had, I don't know the exact right term, so correct me, but we've had drones that we've approved and less than lethal technologies, but those were prioritized over what I think is more basic safety, and maybe I just don't understand, you know, how we prioritize things in the, because I don't understand that, you know, don't have a police background, and so I don't understand what the priority is, but it's still, there's something in my mind that I'm having a rough time reconciling on it, and it still surprises me that this wasn't higher on the list, and so maybe I'm being unfair in it, but I think that I'm glad we've got it now. I'm in full support of it, and want to encourage that we continue to have these priorities going forward.
And just really quick for clarification, we have full control of retention. So Axon is monitoring our city council meeting. Maybe sending me text messages. Yeah, very good. And then also the hardware refresh that I talked about at the 2.5-year mark, they also replaced the cameras again in the 5-year mark.
Wow.
So it's replacement twice of the cameras into the newer model.
And it seems like that's vital nowadays, how quickly technology dramatically.
Yeah, we did a comparison, and Axon far excels over the other competitors. They're all way behind on trying to close that gap, but it hasn't been closed. They're also moving into a CAD system, so it seems like they may take the market in the CAD system also. So they're really branching out, which is very beneficial to have a all-in-one hub in the future with just one company.
Thank you. No, and this is vitally important. Point taken. But you know, as we think about the list that Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, you know, you got to be able to do your job functionally. For me, the drones were vitally important for the safety of the officer. So this is kind of the next step for the maybe the rights of the officers and the rights of our citizens, both of them. It benefits both. So maybe not as much on the safety issue, but as far as the rights of everybody, I think this keeps everybody honest. So I'm happy that we're sitting here being able to discuss this, given our historical finances, to Councilmember Goss's point.
Well, in that point too, I appreciate that when we analyze how much we're spending on things that don't work.
Yeah.
I mean,
unfunded mandates.
There's large part of your offset of cost right there.
20 grand on the unusable current.
Yeah, yeah. Any more discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to purchase and implement the body-worn and in-car cameras as stated in the staff report.
Second?
Specifically, just friendly, specifically Axon in that 5-year contract? Yep. Yes. All right, we have a motion, a little bit of amendment, and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to our last discussion item. We have Director Silva Barone, I think, or we have Director Semino.
Director Semino.
Or both. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, and this is it's an important project that couldn't have waited for another council meeting, so I'm glad you guys stuck around too. If you hear anything grumbling, I didn't eat before the meeting.
It's that time.
Me too.
We might have to carpool to get dinner together.
Okay. Tonight, I'm bringing you the construction project for the Sierra Vista Playground. In July 26th, the council awarded the purchase of the playground equipment for the Sierra Vista Park Playground improvement project from Miracle, it is late, Playground Equipment Company for $240,697.70. The proposal included play apparatuses for ages 5 through 12 and the adult fitness zone with a 30 by 30 rubber surface area over by the basketball courts. And integrated shades for the playground, the fitness zone, and for another picnic area there by the playground. The project will include demo, site work, and ADA accessibility. Sierra Vista Playground Improvement Project was advertised for bid on July 25th with a due date of August 24th. 2 bids were received. One from R.E. Schultz Construction for $575,119 even, and the other from Orco Inc. for $578,000, $416. So they were very close in their bidding. The Miracle Playground equipment for the playground and the fitness area purchased, and the construction cost of $570,000. The project will be $15,816.70 over the allocated amount of $800,000 from the America Rescue Plan Act funding. Staff is recommending to use Quimby funds to make up for the $15,816.70 and a contingency of $25,000 for a total cost of $600,000 for the project. The adopted budget in 23-24 would be amended to appropriate the $40,000 of Quimby funds for the Sierra Vista Park Playground Equipment project. Staff recommends council award the project, the Sierra Vista Park Playground Construction Project, to R.E. Schultz Construction, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $600,000. I'm here, and Rebecca, the Community Services Director, is also here for questions.
Questions?
Director Semino, you said that it had integrated shades. So it just means that there's shading material that's there. It's not like it's removed and replaced or anything. It's integrated into
the project. Yes, they're going to have permanent poles. It is a fabric shade structure. It's not a pavilion style built roof structure.
And that'd be something that's probably going to be the first thing to wear out.
I know it's the first thing that's being delivered in the next week, so I'm not sure how the contractor wants to do the project just yet. We haven't gotten into those conversations.
So I'm thinking about use over time, you know, because this will have hopefully decades of use. And so what items that are part of the playground are likely to wear out, and what would we need to be thinking about from a replacement perspective?
Rebecca may know a little bit more about the warranty on them, but I do know the shade structures and the play equipment will have the same warranty. And from what I recall, it's like 10 years on a certain portion of it and 20 years on the lifetime of the equipment.
Have we replaced the shade sails here at Memorial Park? I know that's a similar setup, right? I mean, that's not a pavilion either, and I don't recall that we've actually replaced the shade since.
I don't think the shades at Memorial Park are like the ones that we're proposing for this project. This project would be more like at Dapper Field, the shades over the bleachers. That heavy duty material, fabric. That's what these structures are.
Okay.
Consistent.
And just to be clear, we approved the playground. We had 3 designs to look at. We approved one of them. We already purchased that, but there were supply issues, so it took a while for us to get the playground. But now we're talking about the construction contract. I know you're talking $800,000 out the door, but it's really kind of contingent on the construction. As time passed, things get more expensive, and we see that.
The way we went about the project was the equipment was purchased through a procurement program that we belong to with the state of California. So the 3 bidders were there, but the construction portion of it has to be a public works project, which had to be bid separately.
And we're not
trying to get our timing right.
We're not going back to ARPA funds because we gave the rest of it away to a couple of associations, right? So it's all Quimby. Our Quimby, I did not do the diligence of looking at our balance sheet to see what our Quimby reserves are at, but we're comfortable with our reserves on Quimby for a $40,000 hit.
So, our finance director did review the accountant, and we are comfortable with that.
Okay, good. I think that's all I have. I'm happy to see that this is finally coming to fruition. Happy to see that sycamore tree will remain.
Yeah, the project was changed a little bit to move the playground south of the tree to keep the tree. It did cause the project to be a little bit more than we anticipated. There will be more site work to do, but all in all, I think the project's going to turn out very nice.
And what's the timing?
We're going to be receiving the equipment now, going through the contract process. I hope to have the contract back by the next council meeting on the 10th. And then the contractor said he would be able to start about November 1st.
Wow.
60 calendar days is kind of cutting it tight, but we're hoping that he can get it done in that 60 days.
So end of January?
Yeah, about when
or sometime
Little
in
League
January.
starts. That's our goal.
As far as rainy season's concerned, does this type of construction get slowed down? Usually El Niños come later, so we're talking spring, but.
Yeah, it will slow the project down. We're driving over the lawn from the parking lot up to there. The more it rains, the more damage we could be doing in the rest of the park. But, so a rain day may be not just one day, it may be 2 days if it only rains one day, just because of the damage that can entail with it. so.
Well, I do appreciate you taking into consideration the Little League season. Because that could be
Of course.
interesting if there was construction going on during that time. All right. Any public comment on this item? Or any more questions for Director Semino or Director Silva Barone?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office did not receive any emails, nor are there any comment cards.
All right, bring it back to council.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense.
I move to approve the staff, that we award the Sierra Vista Playground construction project to R.E. Schultz Construction in an amount not to exceed $600,000.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
I wanna see pictures now, cause I wasn't on council then.
So that brings us to the end of our agenda. Do we have any recommendations for future agenda items? Yes.
So, consistent with our dialogue earlier, I would like to request that the Planning and Preservation, is that the right name of the department, come back to us prior to the implementation of the new software program, and then after implementation to accomplish two things. One, at the time of implementation, make sure that issues have been identified and the departments are working together. And then after it's been implemented, the feedback, impact, and any modifications we have to make for additional services to support our residents.
So, just prior, and would it be safe to say 6 months after implementation?
I'm open to deferring to the director on that. I think 6 months makes sense, but he knows his department, so I will trust him, trust his judgment on when he thinks is appropriate to come back. Maybe say not to exceed 7 months or something like that. I mean, I want to make sure they come back, but I also don't want to drive it at a time that doesn't make sense.
I don't think we need a deadline, right? We can just.
Well, we have 10 months for the.
Fine, fair enough. I'll amend it, no deadline.
Maybe prior to the first.
Anniversary?
Well, no, there were.
The 10-month.
The 10-month contract extension or revision.
Okay, that makes sense.
Anything else? No? Well, I will just adjourn this meeting.
No, it doesn't have a motion.
We don't have to, but
Oh, well,
do we have a that's something that Councilmember Goss brought back.
We don't have to make a motion.
Well, it just depends. It's up to us to do on
Yeah.
any parliamentary procedure we want to do. We usually follow the mayor's lead, but most of the time there's a motion for adjournment in most meetings, but.
Councilmember Goss, is that
Happy to give a motion to
is that
adjourn.
is that a motion?
And I will second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned to our next regular meeting on October 10th.
I think I was the motioner.
I was gonna ask.
She was the motioner.
The move-in.